Hello and welcome, Draft League fans. Today we have week 3 of the Draft Winter League, and we're just going to watch all the games. Go ahead and link the stream to all of the people. Link it in my Discord server, link down below. If you want to join that, go ahead. Here we go. Everything look right? Yep. Alright. And I'll just link it here as well. Alright. Now let's take a look at some of these teams here. So this first series is going to be Ceres versus LPZ. Which series is this? I think this is the Finizons. Yeah, Finizons versus the Espada of Ruin. OMG, it's DWL. Yes, indeed, Berna. It is. Alright, first off, we're going to go for a black-white game. So Finizons and Espada. These guys, both of them are not very high on the standings going into this week. So both of them looking for a little bit of a bounce back, get back into the playoff race and all that stuff. Espada of Ruin are coming off of two really bad series, 2-6, 2-6. So going into this, they're 4-12 record. But the Finizons are about even, right? They're 3-5 and then 5-3. So they're 1-1, but still nothing like super high on the standings. Both of these teams really need this win. Just a little bit of stakes for you there. But yeah, Ceres, LPZ. These are two players mainly known in Smogon, if I remember correctly. Not really so much for draft, but they are playing draft here with, you know, black, white, and DPP being added. Some of these old gen Smogon players have a little bit more of a place in these tournaments. Brazilian Showdown. How many is a Brazilian? Million, billion Brazilian? Something like that. But yeah. We see a Terrakion, one of the biggest threats in black, white. And you can see why, right? There's an Uxie. And that's just about it. I guess Pythagoras can also check it reasonably, but this thing is a massive offensive threat. Outspeeds most of the metagame and hits it super hard. Shaman as well. Pretty scary. Only really Roserade stopping it. Everything else kind of loses 1v1, right? So Shaman really dangerous this matchup. D-Knight bench, by the way, for which side? Let me see. For Seraph's side, there's no D-Knight. That's interesting, because Shaman looks really unstoppable, but I suppose it will just be Seed Flare, HP Ice anyways, right? On the other side, what are some major threats? I mean, the Drill doesn't have a ground immunity with Mold Breaker. Like, there's two Levitate Mons, but there's still a Shaman to get through. I could see a Scarf Scizor here. It feels like it's slower than a lot of guys, and Bullet Punch isn't that valuable. You rather get a Scarf U-turn on stuff like Uxie, Roserade, stuff like that. I could definitely see that being the case here. On the other side, there's a Skuntank Dodrio bench. Interesting. Hello, the Dougal. How's it going? Let's go and see how it goes. Game 1 of the series, Finizons versus Espada of Ruin. Skuntank leads off into the Uxie. Colberberry is going to allow it to take very little and get the rocks up. No defog this gen, but a Pursuit. That's going to open up the Terrakion quite significantly. Alright, Uxie was your main check to that, and now it's basically dead. Did you see I got into DWL? Yes, I did see. Congratulations. Trick of Eye, right? Yeah. Alright, Suicune comes in, but Shaman is a pretty free pivot in on that. Takes the Scald, no problem. Leftovers up, so reveals no like crazy item. Oh, Psychics the Roserade on the switch, gets a drop. And that's like super spit up Roserade. It will live the next one, even with the drop. So yeah, literally max Roserade there. Oh, and a really nice switch to Skuntank. Covers the Roserade and for some reason the Uxie coming in. I don't know why Uxie came in, but this did cover it. Good luck with the stream. See you, Berna. Alright, J-Scurf. Which one are you? Oh yeah, you played us. We could do that last, yeah. Yeah, Skuntank getting a lot of damage. The Uxie is now dead. Drill comes out for a free Earthquake. We're just gonna sack the Skuntank. I guess it did its job. I don't know, you had a like pretty healthy Shaman could have gone to there. But regardless, it does come in now. Goes for a Giga Drain. No Seed Flare is interesting. Is this like a bulky Shaman? If so, why didn't it just come in on the Drill immediately? Okay, Hidden Power is not super effective in a Claydol, so this is probably carrying Shadow Ball with Hidden Power Fire, trying to snipe the Scizor, is my guess. Wait, no, Fire would be super effective on Shaman. Yeah, so that's like the mid-ground there. You fire into Shaman. But Shadow Ball's not going to kill Claydol here, so you're forced out. That did very pitiful damage. But still, a little bit of chip goes a long way for this Terrakion. I feel like this Cofagrigus might be into a KO range very soon. If rocks go up from the Claydol next time, or Azelf, all of a sudden you're looking at a Terrakion beatdown here, potentially. Alright, Shaman does Natural Cure off the burn, as Claydol once again is going to be the pivot in on Jolteon. Shadow Ball is looking very close, but it's actually a Scarf Claydol, so never gets the Shadow Ball off. That's like a bulky Scarf Claydol, because that wasn't very strong. Definitely was not expecting to be outsped there from Seraph's side. But now Drill comes in, says, hey, I'm Scarf too. And so Shaman obviously is going to come in on that, but Ironhead does way too much damage. I'm going to pivot out to Scizor to take that a little bit nicer, potentially get a Swords Dance opportunity, because, I don't know, the main checks to Scizor are dead, but yeah, we did say it might be Scarf Scizor, and it looks like that might be the case there. Just goes for a U-turn on the Helmet Cofagrigus to get Shaman an entry point, probably a free Synthesis, and yeah, that's exactly what happens. As a Nasty Block comes out, so Cofagrigus getting very spooky here. There's no Ghost Resist outside of Scizor, which doesn't beat Cofagrigus 1v1, so Shaman is going to take the trade, but you have to say this probably favors Seraphs, this trade, especially sacking the Claydol there. Now, this Drill is looking pretty scary with an Earthquake endgame. Shaman very low. Azelf does knock out the Cofagrigus, but now Drill comes in. Earthquake should be a guaranteed KO. Never mind, the Azelf lives, gets a Fire Blast. Crit probably didn't matter there, and actually kills the Excadrill, which is a huge deal. So now it's the win con for Seraphs. Suicune Calm Minding? I mean, Energy Ball's going to do a ton, and you have a Shaman in the back. Yeah, now it looks like Shaman is just going to Cynthia maybe? Or, oh, it clicks a Psychic on the switch to Rosary, and that's going to wrap it up, because with the lefties it does reveal to be faster, and that's going to be a forfeit. So well played from LPZ. Surprised that Azelf lived the Scarf EQ. I think so was Seraphs, right? Pretty interesting game. The Terrakion that I've been hyping up and like, oh, they're losing the checks to Terrakion, never actually made it onto the field. But I think it also won in this endgame, right? So 1-0 to LPZ, and that's going to mean that who is up 1-0 in the series? It's going to be Espada of Ruin. Alright, so next up we have this game, which is going to be Slimy Gang versus Hero Form Burbtails. Who is this? This is going to be James Black versus Kyle. So Kyle is the Lando T team for Espada of Ruin, and James Black, aka Burb, the Flying Bird, is going to be the Meowscarada team. Alright. The Flying Bird, yep. Alright, so this matchup is interesting. This is a Mega Latios, right? Yeah, Mega Latios. King Cells 5? I think you missed an M in there. All good though. What's up, Fagos? Alright, this is interesting. Let's see, so Diancie is kind of scary, right? Maybe you could see an AV Aloe to slow that down. Maybe Tinkaton could be Sugar Berry, something like that, but Mega Diancie is kind of a big-ass threat, as they say. Weavile also pressures the Tinkaton and Aloe, so maybe Weavile plus Diancie could be a combination that, you know, breaks for each other. You see Slowbro potentially getting a lot of future sights up. Though into Double Dark, maybe not the most valuable thing for Slowbro to do. Maybe you just want to spread T-Wave, right? Because Lando is not going to be the initial pivot on Slowking, so get a T-Wave really helps out the rest of your team. You know, get some free turns here and there. Yo, Crawdon, yep. He's here. Alright. Potential win cons for Bird. I don't know, the Meowscarada does look really unstoppable. It's only really Okie Dokie slowing it down, and that's kind of a free entry point for the Mega Latios. So, I guess Mega Latios isn't that scary here with a Weavile, 8 Jirachi. I think I probably favor Kyle in this matchup, right? Zap Cannon, AV Bro, low-key 6-0s. Many are saying this. It is a Mega Latios. This is National Dex. Mega Latios is like quite known as a fraud from what I hear. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I hear. Word on the street. Let's get into the game. Ticketon's going to lead off into the Lando T, but it's on a balloon, so it could stay in here if it wants to. We reveal not Mold Breaker at least, so it's probably Pickpocket, right, with balloon. You can just rock on this Lando potentially if you really want to as Tinkaton. Steal its item potentially, trade rocks. You could go for an Ice Hammer, but usually Ice Hammer does run own tempo if the idea is to lure in Lando T. You don't want to get intimidated by it. So probably just going to see rocks, and that's exactly what we see. Rocks trade. Tinkaton reveals to be faster, so it's probably a jolly Tinkaton. Goes for a knockoff, gets rid of the choice band on Okie Dokie. I was more so expecting a helmet Okie Dokie this matchup for Meowscarada, but looks like we're just okay sacking our Meowscarada check. Okay, what's our plan into Meow then? Are we trying to pursuit trap it after it changes typings? Not too sure. But Tinkaton's getting a lot of chip off here, and a U-turn comes out. So we've knocked off the Citrus, we've got Okie Dokie to half, and now Diancie has to come in. So for all things for Tinkaton to do, that is a lot, right? Rocks up, 50% on 2 Mons. I mean, you take that, right? Now Aloe can come in, takes rock, so it's probably AV, but spikes Diancie. That's going to start laying up some pressure. Now Crawdon's going to come in, not Boots, threatening the Aqua Jet. I'm going to see Protect Diancie, so Earth Power spikes Protect, probably Moonblast last. Makes sense, you want to Protect on Gigaton Hammer, and then you wall the rest of it. Oh, Dragon Dance, that was really aggressive there. But Culber Slowbro makes a lot of sense here, and Body Press is going to not knock out the Crawdon. I totally expected that to kill, but I guess not. So something's going to have to die here unless you have a helmet that you can just go to, but I don't think it's Helmet Weavile, and the only other non-revealed one is Jirachi, which probably doesn't want to come in on Crunch, right? So we're going to sack the Slowbro, and then come in with Weavile for the Ice Shard follow-up, probably, yeah. It is Boots Weavile, which makes sense here. And now Aloe comes in, but this is just a free knockoff or even a Swords Dance. Yeah, this Aloe is not really threatening the Weavile. To be fair, what else are you supposed to go to, right? I feel like Kyle probably has this one wrapped up. If Mega Latios is the response to a +2 Weavile, you know it might be cooked. Yeah. Gets rid of the Rocky Helmet, so it's not AV Aloe, but even with the helmet chip, flip turn not going to be enough. This is a very free Ice Shard, covers the Scarf Lando. You Ice Shard the Meowscarada and you knock off the Aloe, and this should be just game. Yeah, Aqua Jet not going to be enough, and yeah, Kyle just kind of ran away with it. The downside of using your Tinkaton early like that is it opens up stuff like this Weavile to just go ham, right? Maybe you could say you should have kept the Tinkaton, but it did get a lot of work done, so I don't know exactly. Maybe you needed to keep the Crawdon in that case, because Aloe is not enough for a Swords Dance Weavile. Yeah, Hydra, I think that's probably okay, right? No Wake Up Slap Aloe. Yeah, they really dropped the ball on that, huh? Yeah, Wake Up Slap would have been pretty nice here, no? But anyways, Kyle does end up winning that one, and a Spot of Ruin go up 2-0 in the series. They really need this win, guys. So, a good start. Now we have Lejon versus Habita. Now, Habita on Espada of Ruin, right? Yeah, Habita is on Espada of Ruin. And we see a Terra Zarud into the Terra Hydrapple matchup. Something famously in favor of Hydrapple. If you look historically in stuff like DCL3, every time you saw the Hydrapple Zarud matchup, Hydrapple ended up winning that one. So we'll see if Habita can overcome that or not. Lejon's team, yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the double dragon with Hydrapple. You see that quite a lot. just throwing a second dragon type on those teams. You're never really super punished for it because Hydrapple almost never tears to dragon, and if they do, it's because you're hella dragon weak, in which case, having 2 dragons, not too bad, you know? But yeah, it looks like Ogerpon is a really massive threat here. The dual stab is unresisted. You can Encore Zarude, you can run Synthesis for longevity. Yeah, the Ogerpon Cornerstone, really great Pokemon here. The Roaring Moon as well, no Fairy on the other side outside of Terra, which you could see it is Terra Fairy Zarude. So this Moon is going to be a pretty big threat, can carry Iron Head for the Fairy Zarude if they are expecting that. Iron Treads as well, kind of a big threat, kind of forces a defensive Latios, maybe with max defense helmet, but even then, like, you can run Mega Horn, right? That's going to do so much damage, also hits a non-Terra Zarude, force it to Terra into that Fairy typing, and then you hit it with a Heavy Slam. Seems pretty scary. I do like Lejon's matchup quite a bit here. But if you look at on the other side, the Cinderace is pretty scary, right? Pyro Ball into Gunk Shot, and it looks like my music has stopped. Let me just put it on loop. Forgot to do that. Booster Speed, Iron Press, Treads looks Thanos. I don't know about that, because you're still... It's still like being walled by the Lottie, right? What tears the Hydrapple? Can't see it. The Hydrapple is Poison. So Poison Hydrapple versus Fairy Zarude. Sounds like a good matchup for the Hydrapple, right? Lejon potentially calling the Terra Fairy in the builder. But yeah, in terms of other threats, like the Lando is not too scary with the Mesprit right there. Maybe the Overqwil with Spike Stack, but again, like the Treads can spin on everything. So I don't know how Habita's gonna approach this. Probably with Cinderace breaking, right? Because Pyro and Gunk Shot does kind of kill everything. You may be misremembering, but is there any reason Hydrapple seems to disappear for a while? You mean like it was going crazy, disappeared? I don't think it ever disappeared. I mean, we saw it in the most recent tournament, right? DCL3. I'm pretty sure it had pretty good usage there. Yeah, maybe like you just haven't seen any team tours recently. There's been a little bit of a break into DWL. Probably just something like that. Yeah, I don't remember Hydrapple falling off recently. But yeah, let's get into the game. Where's the Primarina lead off into the Cinderace? Good lead for the Prim. Gonna force this out unless it just wants to gunk immediately. I'm not gonna do that. Just gonna U-turn it to Empoleon. Pretty safe play. As Surf comes out, and Empoleon probably just gonna set up Rocks here. Instead goes for a Flash Cannon on the flip turn. Would have preferred Rocks there, but the chip on Primarina is nice for the Cinderace, so fair enough. Now Rocks go up, and flip turn Empoleon. Is this not Rocks Empoleon? Might be Rocks Lando. Okay, Mesprit taking this U-turn is really big for the Lando, actually. Kind of opens it up a little bit, because this is Poison Hydrapple. It's not able to check the Lando very easily. The T-Wave on the Empoleon doesn't feel like a good trade for Lejon, and now Hydrapple coming in on the flip turn. This is an entry point for Zarude, I guess? Really? You just don't think this is going to be Terra Blast Hydrapple? Really calling out the no Terra Blast. Both sides going to set up. There's the Terra Poison, and it's actually Encore Zarude, allowing you to make this play. Really surprised we went for that, because if that was Terra Blast Hydrapple, you were kind of fucked, right? Okay, if it's Poison Hydrapple, what's your Terra Blast coverage? Like Terra Blast, and then what? You need Fickle Beam for the Lando, and you need Earth Power for Empoleon. So being 3 attacks, yeah, Earth Power Dragon move is definitely the move. So you probably don't even fit Terra Blast is the thinking there. So Poison is purely a defensive type, not really an offensive one. So Nasty Plot, probably you want Recover as well. I could see that. Yeah, so Hava just makes the call that it's not going to be Terra Blast, and I think he's correct. So now Tread's going to come into Revenge Kill, but Primarina is dead, so the Fire Resists are looking kind of dire for the Cinderace. Lottie is Max Defense Helmet, and it's Iron Head Treads, so that's going to do absolutely nothing. Gets the Recover off, and now Empoleon once again going to be the pivot into Mesprit, can get a slow flip turn. The paralysis makes no difference at all. You can flip through the next turn no matter what. And Hydrapple comes in, and we've already proved Zarude can beat this 1v1, so sure, just go to it. Ogerpon is going to come in on the Terra Blast, eventually trying to catch a Swords Dance and Encore, but no such luck. Now, Ivy going to do basically no damage. Zarude does have insane natural Fizz Def bulk, and yeah, Zarude's going to 1v1 this Ogerpon, make it out alive. Now the question is, does this Zarude have any recovery? You see Swords Dance, Encore, Terra Blast, but is it Knockoff Blast? Is it Power Whip, something like that? Or is it just Mono Terra Blast? It might be Mono Terra Blast if you have something like the Rocky Helmet for, you know, chipping treads pretty safely. But regardless, it's going to have to leave now as Treads comes in. Goes for an Ice Spinner on the switch to Lottie, but with max defense, Lottie able to take 2 of those no problem and recover it all up. You get a net 1% with the Rocks chip as well. Not a good trade for Lejon at all. Now, Overquill able to come in on the Roaring Moon Crunch, not Knockoff. Interesting. And Spikes are going to go up. Now, Empoleon is a pretty safe pivot into this Hydrapple, but a Nasty Plot, not under threat of being encored this turn, goes for an Earth Power and a full Paralysis. So this Empoleon is going to have to go down here. Provided free switch into what, the Lando? No, that's a Zarude. I guess this is your heal opportunity. Cool. 43, sure. And Hydrapple can't Nasty Plot again because it'll just get encored the next turn. So I guess you can make this play. This feels a little bit scary, right? Drop or crit. Yeah, there's the drop. Here's a Lando. Do you see a Fickle Beam here? That would be a crazy aggressive play, but no. Just an Earth Power to Lando. Earthquake comes out, but it is Shookaberry. With the Terra Poison, you want to make sure you can 1v1 the Lando, but you end up not actually 1v1ing the Lando anyways, because Fickle Beam isn't actually that strong when it doesn't get the boost, but Mesprit making the pivot in. Now there's no Empoleon to take the T-Wave or the Ice Beam or anything like that, so Overquill is going to be the one to come in. And it's actually going to be a double out? Surely Mesprit could have clicked into this hack there, right? Get some chip on this Overquill. Instead we're going to go Treads. I guess you really want to spin, calling out the Overquill switch. And then we go Moon on the Lottie. Okay, it's a lot of switching, but we've got to a position we like. Now, Overquill is going to be the sack off to this Roaring Moon. Ironhead is a 2-hit KO, but the Custap Berry, do we scout for it? We do. Custap what? Reversal on the Tread. So Tread's going to go down there. But now Roaring Moon can come in, and it can just kind of lock into Crunch here. No safe switch in, really. Actually, no, Zarude can come in here. And with the Endure, you scout no Ironhead lock. And Zarude's just going to come in, and like, how are you supposed to beat Zarude now? Synthesis up. Mesprit comes in, but you can just sack the Overquill. Get chip with literally anything. Probably the Cinderace U-turn, right? Cinderace U-turn on Mesprit does kind of guarantee a setup opportunity for Zarude. Because you either kill Roaring Moon, you kill Mesprit, or Hydrapple comes in, and that's your Swords Dance opportunity. And that's exactly what Haba's going to do. So in a matchup that I really liked for Lejon, turns out Habada, he's just that guy with Zarude. He's proved it time and time again. He's just like the Zarude Whisperer. And this is another such case. I'm just going to Swords Dance, Synthesis, and this Hydrapple can't click anything besides Earth Power. He even gets a drop, but I don't think it's enough. And Terra Blast is a 3-hit KO from here. You love that. But yeah, this is looking pretty dire. Gonna sack Mesprit for regen purposes, but the Synthesis there is just the nail in the coffin, right? You can go Roaring Moon, you can click Ironhead, it's not gonna be enough, right? Even something like Latios would just sweep here, I think, because once you lock Ironhead, Latios just clicks Psychic. If you stay in, you're just taking Helmet over and over again. You're going to lose that 1v1. If Hydrapple comes in, it gets Psychicked. And then, like, Cinderace at the end is going to be totally fine. Yeah, completely winning endgame from Habada. And now Espada of Ruin are up 3-0. This is finally the team that we were promised in the power rankings, right? Alright. And now we have Zooch versus Beacheza. So Zooch on the Espada of Ruin. Cheza on the Finizons. Could have gone for Ironhead flinches. I don't think that even saves you. Again, I think you just go Latios there, and it's game over. Anyways, another Hydrapple team. This time it's kind of the Hydrapple Greninja, something that Zooch has played quite a lot recently to not very good success, I might add. Watch out for the Terra Normal D-Knight. Oh, I will, yeah. This is Terra Normal D-Knight. Just kidding, this is fake. It is a Terra Moth and a Terra Annihilate on this team, right? On the other side, the Hydrapple is going to be Terra Electric, and the Toxapex is going to be Terra Grass, alright? Yeah, so this kind of like Meow D-Knight Moth kind of thing we've seen before, I think. Like this offensive core, but not really with Annihilate necessarily. So that's like kind of the new twist on it this season. Terra Dragon Skarmory ain't no way. Yeah, this is epic. Literally played 3 Meowscaradas in a row. Why are you complaining? You have a Pex. One of the best Meowscarada checks ever. You have a Ogerpon or Hearthflame as well. Another great Meowscarada check. Okay, you'll defeat Beachuzza and redeem yourself. Yeah, so true. But okay, like, this Great Tusk, kind of annoyed by the Annihilate and the Skarm. Hydrapple kind of annoyed by the Iron Moth and the Skarm, right? That's why it's Terra Electric for the Skarm. So what's Zooch's main offensive stuff? Like, the Ogerpon can kind of play rough through the Dragonite, potentially. But it doesn't seem like particularly easy to break with any of Zooch's offensive mons. Maybe Gren can be kind of Thanos here. Yeah, Gren does look really good. Maybe it's Assault Vest Annihilate for that? Probably not, though. Maybe just Terra your Moth early, and with Terra Poison, you're able to wall the Greninja with Morning Sun. That does seem pretty strong, actually. Because you definitely beat the Pex 1v1 with, like, Discharge if you're Terra Poison. And, like, what's he supposed to do into a Terra Poison, like, bulky Moth? That's a good question for Zooch to answer, not for me. Alright, let's look at the game. I feel like this is probably favored for Beachuzza on the matchup, and immediately Iron Moth leads off, but it's booster special attack, not at all a bulky set. Just gonna go for a Fiery Dance into what looks to be AV Pex, and we're just gonna switch immediately? I guess. Into Skarm? Did we need to do all that? I feel like... Okay, we're gonna get Magic Bounce to Taunt. That's awesome. So Hatterene gonna go for a Trick into the Slowking, which ends up with a Choice Scarf, but even with a Scarf, it's gonna be slower than the Hatterene, so it gets a slow, chilly reception. Iron Moth gonna come in. Okay, so gets the drop, but again, not interested in staying in to capitalize. Gonna get the boost on Annihilate. Oh my, the Giga Boost. Alright, Rage Fist is gonna claim something here, looks like. God damn. So Helmet Tusk is gonna get to it KO'd. And we don't stay in. This is really confusing game to me, honestly. Gonna go Skarm and just allow rocks for free as we Swords Dance trying to get the weak armor proc. What is going on this game? Well, Pex is going to go down to this Brave Bird Skarm. Never mind, the Tusk is going to go down, so we just donated health on our Pex for no reason. Love that. Now Hearth going to come in, go for an Icy Cudgel for sure. Its Akaberry, does it live? No, it does not. If that lived, the game was over. God damn. But now Moth comes in, the Pex is still alive, and now we Terra Poison? Now we Terra Poison? Come on. Like, that can't be correct from Beachuzza's side. Obvious Aka is so true. Well, now something's dead to Annihilate because this Rage Fist has insane stacks. Never mind, it's fully physically defensive Helmet Hydrapple. Goes for a Taunt? I guess catches the Recover. Sure. High roll crit is gonna kill the Hydrapple. That has to be like max roll, right? 36 into 64? No way, right? What is this game? Actually, that's what I'm saying. Hearth is gonna claim in return. Goes for a Trailblaze, okay, but there's a full HP Dragonite just in the wings right there. Not Boots, so loses the multi-scale, but which Moldbreaker goes through anyways. Pretty sure. Okay, Hatterene able to force out the Dragonite, which appears to be choice banded, right? 40 to a Hatterene? It's gotta be, right? I'm just, speechless. Okay, there's the Morning Sun. Why didn't we just stay in immediately and do this? We could have done this turn 2. Just trade with the Pex. Don't you just kill something? I don't know, man. I just work here. Okay, Pex goes down. We are witnessing greatness. Now the Hearth Flame is going to come in, go for the Ivy Cudgel, knocks out the Iron Moth. Dragonite once again comes in, but this should be play rough range. You're going to live in E-Speed very comfortably. Is that not even banded? Or is this like Fizdef Ogerpon? It might be Fizdef for the Meowscarada. But okay, Meowscarada comes in. If it's Acrobatics, it's Aerial Ace, which is like... Aerial Ace Life Orb? Bro, just be no item acro. That's what we ran into this team. Okay, Gren gonna go for a Water Shuriken. 4 hits, so it could be loaded dice, and now it's Slowking. Heartbreaking. Does he not know what dice... We don't have Power Whip or anything. Looks like. Full para. Okay. Awesome game. I love that. Is this the fabled Halu prep? Falls to their knees. This was a game of all time. Alright, Donnie P versus Mayo. And looks like Cinereth did not do my DPP matchup, so we're going to have to watch Raw. Oh well. No team preview for you guys. Sceptile Scythe team with Halu prep. Potentially, yeah. Alright, Mayo versus Donnie P. These are two Smogon players, if I'm correct. I think they are. Really cool custom avatars, by the way. I like both of these. Let's take a look. Empoleon versus Swampert lead. Yeah, both of these players doing pretty well. Oh yeah, it is 4-0 for a Spotted Ruin. So the tie is guaranteed. And a Spotted Ruin, they really need points on the board right now. Right. But Don Fantastic is off to a fantastic lead. He's 3-0 going into the... Or no, 2-0 going into this game. Oh. Anyways, rocks go up. Big Earthquake into the Empoleon. Grass not going to trade into this Empoleon, which... trade into the Swampert. And Custap going to 1v1 this. Oops. But Celebi going to revenge kill this. As Lopunny comes in on the Celebi... Just gonna switcheroo an Iron Ball. That's pretty cool. So now the Celebi is slower than everything. Empoleon does come in to go for a Signal Beam and knock out the Celebi in one hit. Is that Specs Empoleon? That is really cool. Okay, Addy, calm down there. But Jolteon gonna make the pivot in on the Zapdos. Pretty safe play. As Milotic the answer to Jolteon? Probably not, right? I guess it's the answer to Jolteon. Threatens out with the threat of Miracle living the T-Bolt, it looks like. But Knockoff going to remove the leftovers as another Recover goes off. This is not Specs Empoleon. It just goes for the Grass Knot. 2 KOs the Milotic with ease. This is like Expert Belt then? This might be E-Belt. They have E-Belt in Gen 4, right? I'm pretty sure they have it. Swampert just going to get sacked off to the HP Ground, maybe? Now Gengar in. It is HP Ground from Scarf Zapdos. Shadow Ball just going to claim. Crobat in, but Gengar dies. Awesome. But Empoleon should be able to come in and unless the last beats Empoleon, should be able to just claim a kill. And it does. Donphan, that's not going to be enough for this Empoleon. It looks like Empoleon's just going to sweep. We already revealed faster than Milotic, and Don Fantastic off to a 3-0 lead going into mids. Really fantastic performance. DPP crit would have won, for sure. Alas. Now we go on to the next game. So it's still 4-1 for the Spotted Ruin. 3 games left. And we have Nerf versus Odin. Alright. What is this matchup? So Gen 7. We do see some Z users, right? Zeraora and Lycanroc Dusk. versus Kyurem and Greninja's the other Z user. Probably going to see Z Kyurem more often than not. Z Gren, maybe if you want like a Z Gunk Shot to get through the Florges, but outside of that, it feels like Life Orb or just Specs is probably more likely on the Gren. Like the Water Resist is like just Hydreigon, and I guess Florges, if that counts, which it kind of does, right? This is a Mega Scizor on Nerf's side, whereas on the other side it's Mega Diancie. Let's just take a look at this game. Here we go. Diancie in a Hydreigon lead. Potentially has to scout for a Scarf Flash Cannon here, but just goes for the U-turn, so Diancie no longer has to scout, can just click a Moonblast or a Stealth Rock. Nice play. Protect Stealth Rock, lead Diancie. Could be Moonblast HP Fire. Could be Diamond Storm HP Fire, honestly. I could see that as well. There's the Diamond Storm. Gets the defense boost, but HP Steel... Look, is it Steel? That did nothing. Surely that's not Steel. Maybe it is. Maybe Uxie's just horrible. Anyways, that's a +6 Diancie, but Hydreigon probably is Scarf, and is just gonna 1v1 this. Yeah, Dark Pulse. Yeah, Odin just gonna stay in, guarantee that this is Scarf, and now Greninja comes in and U-turns. If the Hydreigon stays in, you have a Porygon 2 to take the Dark Pulse, no problem. Yeah, 31%, more than I expected, to be honest, but I did get the download attack boost, so Mega Scizor able to come in, potentially threatened by an HP Fire though, so pivots to Lycanroc Dusk on the HP Fire, gets that play right, and now we're threatening a close combat into no resist. Just kidding, it gets Brick Break this gen. That's why people don't draft this guy. But Scizor does come in, and a Cellrock actually with a crit is going to knock this out. Did that crit matter? It might be a roll, but I think it probably did matter. Right? Brick Break 75 base power, a Cellrock 60 with stab. Yeah, so crit did matter for sure, but gets a big hit on the Greninja as well. So Lycanroc doing its job here, gets some valuable chip on everything. Now Florges comes in, and how are we stopping Florges? He's just going to defog away the rocks, fair enough. No leftovers is something you should note. Hydreigon comes in on the Toxic, threatens something like a Draco Meteor, but Protect Sunfisk is able to Toxic stall this out a little bit, and really you don't mind taking this hit on the Fisk. Infestation and Protect. Yeah, this is a dead Hydreigon. Alright, now Scizor comes in. We already revealed P2 can kind of check this thing with HP Fire. See a Swords Dance? Is this like, it's really fast Porygon 2. Outspeeds the superpower. And that's going to put Scizor in range of, you know, Kyurem Black, but +1 Bullet Punch is going to do a lot. Probably shouldn't kill, but it's going to do a lot. HP Fire going to KO. And now it's like Zera is still checked by the Stunfisk, but you don't want to switch into it, right? 61% pretty low. And the Florges does 1v1 the Fisk, I think. Maybe Florges just wins. You can sack off Zera, and Zera's just gonna actually kill the Fisk. Looks like Choice Banded damage. Okay, Scarf Gren. Oh, Scarf Gren. But Zera lives. Maybe Scarf Gren could have done something, but I think Florges probably lives the Gunk Shot. If Zera lived, Florges probably lives, right? And then the Moonblast would kill. Yeah, that felt pretty offensive from both sides. A lot of big attacks going off. The Lycanroc getting so much done probably is what led to this endgame being won by Nerf. Yeah, Choice Banded Zera, able to 1v1 the Fisk in the end, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Florges, the looming threat in the back, probably won anyways. And now it's 4-2. Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary. Can we wrap up this series already? Alright, Sammy C 123 versus Magilice in Gen 5. Alright, Sammy C gonna be on the random Finisons. Right, yeah, Finisons versus Magilice on the Espada of Ruin. You see a Rain team with the Tentacruel, the Ferrothorn, the Thundurus, all sorts of things that you expect from Black White Rain. And on the other side, you see a lot of I don't know, just like a standard like offensive build, right? You have your Zam with a sash, your like emergency button kind of thing. You have the Volcarona, big scary Quiver Dance threat. You have Terrakion, big breaker. Really a well-constructed team, I think, from Sammy. The Shaman, I think, is going to be a really big problem for this team. Even with Rain up, Ferrothorn's not going to appreciate HP Fires. And where's the Grass Resist outside of that? Thunderous, like, kind of walled by Shaman low-key, unless you're like HP Flying, which you could be. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with HP Flying. In fact, I actually expect HP Flying looking at this. You run Thunder, HP Flying, and Grass Knot for the Dawn Fan, I think. Okay, let's look at this game. Volcarona going to lead off into Politoed. If you lead with Volcarona, is it like Sash or something? We're gonna just Quiver Dance raw on the Politoed as Cruel comes out. Can just go for a +1 Psychic into Payapa Berry. With the Rain Dish, it'll live the next one, but not with the Spadef drop. And looks like it's Pasho Berry, which makes sense into Rain. And with the drop, Tentacruel is just gonna go down to the next Psychic. That's unfortunate. I tuned it, and I see a present Slitherwing. I'll let the one pass, though. Oh yeah, the Volcarona. Yeah, for sure. You just love Slitherwing? Is that your whole bit? Alright. What happened here? So Sharpedo comes in on the Volcarona, I guess. Why do you switch as Volk? Aqua Jet? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so threatened out by the Aqua Jet. Wait, is this not Speed Boost Shark? There's no Speed Boost. This is a Rough Skin Rough Skin Sharpedo. Why? Did we forget? Did we forget to put Speed Boost on our Sharpedo? Who's to say? Who's to say? Alright, but a Spike does go up in exchange for Volcarona coming in, and Sharpedo is just going to freaking die to Giga Drain. Great play from Sammy. Snipes that switch. Now Thunderous comes in, but an HP super effective, maybe Rock, is going to trade pretty heavily into this Thunderous. Now it's very low. It's in stuff like Alakazam range. Terrakion comes in, big Terrak on a balloon. And the double to Empoleon trying to catch the Golurk, which does end up happening. Now Ferrothorn in on the Skull. Do we see a burn? No burn. But just go for it again, right? Empoleon doesn't really fear Ferrothorn too badly. Gets T-Waved for its troubles, but you don't mind that. Bullet Seed comes out, but it looks like we have loaded dice in black-white. That's awesome. But with Torrent Rain, Empoleon's just gonna kill Ferrothorn from 43 with Scald. That's disgusting. Sharpedo was a sack on Donphan's non-existent contact move in order to break Sturdy. Oh. You break Sturdy with Spin. Or, actually, hear me out, you break Sturdy with the hazards that are up, because there's no heavy-duty boots in this gen. Who's to say, though? Who's to say? Oh. Anyways, Donphan comes in on the Thunder, but that's just free leftovers, and a Grass Knot is probably coming. Never mind, we're going to go hard Golurk on the Ice Shard. I feel like the Thunder's probably lived that, but maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm just wrong. Rest Golurk. Okay, with the Chesto Berry. Alright. But now this Shaman is looking really scary to switch into. You have your Thunderous, but this is not going to one-hit KO Shaman, and it looks like, yeah, HP Flying does come out as expected. Can I just go for an HP Ice, it looks like? Maybe Ice. And Seed Flare gonna one-shot the Golurk, and definitely gonna one-shot the Politoed if it connects. Never mind, I freaking lied once again. But Body Slam Politoed opens up the game, takes down the Shaman. That was kind of funny. But Terrakion can just go for close combat, end the game. And that's going to be... We're getting a little bit scary on the tie. 4-3 now. Random Finizens are bringing it back in this series. And it all comes down to a Game 8. Rob Jr. versus Gypsy King. If Gypsy wins this, Spot of Ruin win the week. But if Rob Jr. wins, they tie. Alright. Was this a Shaman Sky Copium? It might be. Probably not though, right? Probably not. Alright, this is an important game. Let's look at the team preview. We have sand on both sides. So this drill... Actually, this drill might be Mold Breaker because this Gypsy team does have a Mega Sableye on the bench. So if you want rocks up, Mold Breaker drill is the way to do that, right? You could see something like a Banded Tyranitar. I think Bantar makes a lot of sense into a team like this. You outspeed quite a lot of Pokemon, and you hit a lot of things hard. With Choice Band Aqua Tail, you're probably able to break through the Hippowdon. I think it gets Aqua Tail this gen, right? Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, could see a CB it is Mega Bro on this team. The Keldeo has to worry about the Volcanion and the Superior, so not super great. And the Clefable and a Mega Sableye. Maybe just go Specs Keld and try to get the turns right, but that seems a little bit far-fetched. Maybe Calm Mind is more reasonable, because the three scary things for Keldeo are all special. So getting that Spadef boost from Calm Mind does seem pretty reasonable. Lucario, yes. Lucario into Mega Bro. Probably gonna see Special, right? Dark Pulse or Shadow Ball. Maybe E-Speed to just pick off some offensive threats like the Lottie, like the Keldeo. Maybe a mixed Life Orb Lucario is what I expect here. That does seem pretty reasonable. Does it get Vacuum Wave this gen? That would be really big for the drill and stuff like that. I think it does, right? It does get Vacuum Wave? I think so. Anyways, the Serp doesn't look too scary with the Togekiss, the Lottie right there. It does find a lot of entry points into the water types. So maybe you can glare those guys and it's okay. I don't know. Let's see. Togekiss does lead off into Lucario, and Lucario does go over the Shadow while trying to catch the Slowbro, but no such luck. Gonna get Flamethrowered, and we're just gonna switch out the Lucario as Keldeo comes in trying to cover for the Steel move. Maybe a Flash Cannon, maybe something like that. But Clefable comes in, which also covers the Keldeo switch. Now Drill is gonna come in as I believe Rocks just go up. Now we're gonna knock off the Drill, get rid of the Lumberry, but now Drill, revealing Mold Breaker, is gonna be the rocker for sure. Hippo is going to trade Rocks, I assume, but it's gonna get Toxicked. Good trade for Rob. Now Bro can come in on this Hippowdon, which is super power, trying to cover for like a Balloon Drill or a Magnet Rise Drill. So pretty reasonable there. Also one-shots Tyranitar, whereas Earthquake does not. But Slowbro is a safe pivot no matter what. Clef in on the Psychic. We're probably not going to see the Slowbro Mega for a very long time. You want to keep that regen in a long game like this. And Drill does come in on the Moonblast, takes very little damage. And now Earthquake is kind of scary for Gypsy to switch into. With a Toxic Hippowdon, this is doing quite a lot. You're kind of forced to recover here as the Hippowdon, as Slowbro gets another entry point. Now, I wonder if you're going to make the double to Drill eventually, because you can Psychic Clefable, but at the end of the day, all that's happening is your Drill is taking a little bit of chip, and between the Hippowdon and the Clefable, they're able to heal this off pretty reasonably. Yeah, Hippo comes in once again on the Earthquake. This time gets a lower roll. But this time, yeah, we're going to make an aggressive play. Earthquake again on the Slack Off. Force this Hippowdon to take more Toxic chip. Again, we're going to Earthquake on the Slack Off. Now, this Toxic damage is starting to rack up. Now, this turn we go Slowbro. Do we see a Recover or do we see a Superpower? We see an Earthquake, and that's actually really big progress for Rob Jr. Now, this Hippowdon can't heal, and the Drill, next time it comes in, is going to be a massive threat. So that's how Rob Jr. breaks the cycle there. Really smart play. Gets all the turns right. Now, Lottie going to be the check to Superior as it subs. Now, can go for a safe Glare or Leech Seed. Reveals Scarf Lottie by going for the faster Psyshock, or it's a very bulky Superior, but I think it's going to be Scarf Lottie, right? Gonna go for a Psyshock again. Maybe that's Specs Lottie into a bulky Serp, because that did a lot of damage. But Metagross is going to come in as a full para hits, and this is just a pursuit. Yeah, Lottie going to end up being 10% after rocks. Yeah, basically dead to everything. Clef can just come in on Slowbro. The Slowbro isn't really a threat as long as the Clefable is healthy. So just going to go for a Moonblast. Another Psychic, though, utilizing the regen of Slowbro to force a recover turn on Clefable gets the drill in for free, as opposed to taking 15 from a Moonblast. So really smart play from Rob Jr. there. And now we're threatening an Iron Head, but you can also just Earthquake if you want. There's no immunity, and Lucario is going to get sacked off to the Earthquake. Now Volcanion does come in, says, hey, this is probably a Scarf or Shuka Volcanion, otherwise you wouldn't go to it. So Lottie is just going to get sacked off, scouting for those things. Now Keldeo comes in, but yeah, reveals to be Scarf Volcanion, but the sub, no burn is important, because now this Keldeo behind sub, the Steam Eruption is not going to break sub, and now you can just go for a free Calm Mind, it looks like. Superior being so low means you can't really switch it into Keldeo very comfortably, so Clef is going to have to be the answer, and +1 Scald is doing, Wilted Rose, 35. The Encore is interesting. You should be able to softball this off, and in fact, Rob is not going to wait for the opportunity. Oh, just going to go Volcanion, trying to catch the Scald and heal up. Oh, but Slowbro actually kills from there? Wow. So Slowbro takes the trade, and now Serp comes in. Mega just for the fun of it, and goes down to a Leaf Storm. And now what's going to check the Serperior? Tyranitar could be Scarf. Is it a Scarf Tar? It is a Scarf Tar. So it goes for a Pursuit. Just guarantees that Serperior is out of the game. Going for a cock. Yeah. But now the Clefable's in. Just gonna go Togekiss and probably roost this off. Yeah, just goes for a roost. I mean, Togekiss looks like it just wins here. Metagross can come in, but I don't know. Do you just Flame here? You just Flame, yeah. AV Metagross, by the way. Gets a burn. I don't think that really matters. I think the Drill probably has this wrapped up no matter what. Yeah, and Drill is going to come in. This is revealed AV, so no Shuka Berry. Nothing to really fear. And I just Earthquake, and if you have Iron Head, you could just Iron Head the Clef, no problem. If it doesn't kill, it's going to put it in range of, you know, Keldeo, Tyranitar, and the Clef can't even kill the Drill, so that's going to be it. Series ends in a draw. Not the result that Espada were looking for, but it's the result they're going to get. After starting 4-0 up in the series, that is quite tragic. And Espada Ruin still go into mid-season not having won a series, which is, you look at their roster, it doesn't feel correct, right? But that's the world we're living in. All right, let's look at the next series, which is going to be, which one is this? Ponytail versus Ivakiyama. That's going to be the Trickavai versus the Phantom Thieves. Alright, so going into this week, what are we looking at standings-wise? So, Trickavai, in an exact same position as Espada of Ruin, really down in the dumps. 2 to 6 losses back-to-back in Week 1 and Week 2. They really need a win if they want to, you know, put themselves in playoff contention. Whereas the Phantom Thieves, they started off with a really strong win versus the Espada of Ruin, but then drew into, you know, Better Call Stall, which is reasonable enough. So Spectral Thieves going into this series as the heavy favorites. Gen 5, no, delete. Many are saying this. Many are saying this. These guys are going for a toe. Many are saying this as well. Alright, so let's look at this Gen 5 game. Ponytail versus Ivakiyama. Many are saying that Ivakiyama is the best Black-White draft player. We did see him lose last week, didn't we? Who did he play last week? No, he played Aeonfa. Oh, right. He haxed Aeonfa. That's what it was. But he would have lost to the Rock Polished Landorus. So, I mean, he's good. But is he the best? Let's see. Ponytail might have something to say about this. But okay, Bronzong has been, you know, a really strong performer in these old gens. right? With the ghost and the dark resist on steel, it's now neutral. You can kind of Bronzong doesn't really die to anything in these old gens, so that's something really nice for Ponytail. Yeah, we're on the second series just now. But yeah. Let's see, do I want to look at this matchup? I mean, Kyurem Black with Ice Earth Power does look pretty scary. You can also just spam Outrage if you want to. The Bronzong is likely to be Spadef, so you could be just Banded Outrage, kill something immediately. Maybe you go something Rocky Helmet to chip the Bronzong, like Helmet Scarm maybe. Helmet Scarm looks good for these Salamence anyways, although it can just be Fire Blast. I think it should be Fire Blast actually. Did you see a special Salamence here? Draco Fire Blast does look like it just wins. You have Hydro Pump for the Clay Doll. I can definitely see a vision where that's the bring. But I don't think Dragon Dance is ever winning into Scarm. Maybe a DD Fire Blast. Go mixed. I could see that. The Raikou isn't too scary. The Gengar is not too scary. Maybe the Gengar's a little bit scary, actually, because you can run Dual Stab T-Bolt, and that kind of hits a lot of the team pretty hard. I don't know. Let's see the game. Torn to lead off into the Scrafty. Good lead for the Torn. Goes for a knockoff, though. Gets rid of the Koba Berry, allowing Ponytail to stay and go for a Super Fang. Get some chip on this Torn, but the next Hurricane is going to connect and just OHKO the Scrafty. Alright, now Raikou's going to come in. But Claydol is a pretty safe switch in. Surprised he didn't even predict that. But this is a free entry point for the Bronzong, which is going to get Gravity Earthquaked. Okay, but it is Protect, so it can stall out some of these Gravity turns. But cool Claydol set is able to 1v1 the Bronzong quite heavily, but Toxic comes out. No chance of missing thanks to the Gravity. Another Protect, and probably just going to see Rocks go up this next turn. Unless you want to switch out into Starmie or Salamence, I guess. Mence with the Intimidate is able to switch it on Claydol pretty comfortably. But Ice Beam is a looming threat, so back to the Bronzong on the potential Ice Beam or the switch to Scarm, okay? You get some leftovers, potentially can trade rocks. Yeah, not too bad for Ponytail. Now Raikou's going to come in on potential Spikes. This is Double Hazard Scarm. No, it's an X-Scissor Scarm. Something literally never before seen. And we have Wakan Roar, but that does not feel like a good trade, right? Because now the Scarm is in like Mence range, it's in everything range, really. You can only really heal on Bronzong. And if you do, the Raikou's coming right back in on that Roost turn. So this Scarm is as good as dead. Probably just going to see it sacked off to the Goongur. Okay. That's got to be a slur, right? What do they have in the back for this? I don't know. Tauros is going to come in to revenge kill this Gengar, potentially threatening a pursuit, which is why Ponytail stays in, but instead just going to lose the speed tie, get knocked out by a Zen Headbutt. Maybe it's a Scarf Tauros. But now Gengar, or not Gengar, Starmie comes in, goes for a Scald Burns the Kyurem, and so Kyurem gets 0 hits off. That's not good. So Tauros comes in. I'm thinking this is probably Scarf, yeah. By the way, he's playing that. So it does get a big hit off on the Starmie, but goes down to the Scald. Torn the answer to Starmie. Goes for a Tailwind. Oh, but Ponytail not going to fall for it. Goes for the Recover. Stalls out the Tailwind turns. Now you can just, this next turn I think you attack. And then you have no more Tailwind turns, right? Yes, and Claydol's going to get sacked off. And now Torn comes in for another Tailwind opportunity. But you just recover as Starmie, it covers everything. Now you just recover again. Okay, Confusion? Maybe something can get done, but probably not, right? Goes for a U-turn into the Infernape. I feel like if you were going to do this, yeah, I don't think you can do that. I think it's probably lost anyways. But, yeah, Ponytail with a really dominant win against Evikiyama. And that's going to be 1-0 Or Trick of Eye going into this. Alright, that's Trick of Eye. Yeah, Ponytail is on Trick of Eye. Booyah. Alright, now we have Fierce Flamethrower up against Guts. I know literally nothing about Guts. Who is Guts? See, Fierce Flamethrower versus... Oh, this is Fagos. Okay. I just didn't know that was his ult. Yeah, this is Faye. 1 of 10 ults, yeah, literally. He changes his name every week. That's hard to keep up. Okay, Valiant here. So we get to hate watch a Valiant. But it's in Nat decks, so not really. It's not the same thing. Fagos, aka Guts, yeah. Alright, interesting matchup. This Samurott looks kind of Thanos, no? Like, what are you supposed to do into Samurott? This is a Zard X. Valiant still scam in Nat decks? Maybe. Probably not, right? Nothing. Yeah, Fagos water resist. Donde estas el water resist? That's my question. So yeah, the Samurott looks very good. Bronzong Mirror is interesting. You don't see that every day, especially in Nat decks. They can tear the Ting Lu at least? No, they can't. Nat decks Val is Thanos, bro. Stop this. Yeah, in Nat decks it's fine, but in Paldea decks, I mean, I am committed to the hate watch in that sense. Alright, Garchomp looks pretty good as well. If your Garchomp chips the Bronzong, then Terapagos becomes a pretty big threat, or other way around, right? If Terapagos chips the Bronzong, Garchomp is Thanos. That's interesting. On the other side, Zard X, always scary, right? Maybe it's a Scarf Chomp to cover for that. Not really too sure. The Mega Lopunny, is it good here? I feel like probably not, right? I think you just run Helmet Muck, and T-Spike Muck looks really good. So Helmet T-Spike Muck, I think, is the play. And then something to punish the spin on Terapagos seems pretty reasonable. Right? Let's just look at the game. Zapdos going to lead off into the Ting Lu. Yeah, Ryan, exactly. So Citrus Zapdos with even HP is going to mean that the Ruination only does 25, but now Samurott comes in with the Rain Dance up, and something's going to die here. Yeah, Razor Shell Oko's the Ting Lu. Valiant comes in, I think that's Choice Banded Samurott, right? Bronzong does come in, no problem. Gonna force this out into the Charizard as Trick Room goes up. Toxic comes out, but if Bronzong dies... Oh, Bronzong doesn't die because it's heat proof. I think you wanted it to die and then get as many turns with Samurott as possible. I guess you want the rocks up. Fair enough. But okay. Zard basically dead now, and you get 2 turns of Banded Samurott versus no water resist. Okay. Protect Zard is actually going to be pretty big here. Protect mainly aimed at stopping Fake Out Chip from Lopunny, it looks like, but it's going to get the job done of stalling Trick Room here no matter what. Now Zapdos is going to be the Sack to Valiant, which I don't think that's boosting item damage. I think that's just an offensive Zapdos. But Terapagos comes in, is going to force this out with a Terra Starstorm to 63 to Torn. That's so much damage. But a Toxic comes out and Spin, trying to get the speed advantage on stuff. Next Starstorm is going to knock out the Torn. Alright, what comes in now? Muck? I think you take your trade here. Yeah, you Terra Starstorm the Muck, put it in Lopunny range very soon. So here's the thing, right? If this Valiant is Scarf, it's a really major win condition here. How are you supposed to stop Scarf Valiant? I really don't know. Lopunny dies, Samurott Giga dies, Garchomp has to be Roselli Berry. It's Specs damage? Oh, it is Specs damage. I was thinking it was Scarf versus offensive Zapdos, but maybe it's bulky Zapdos into Specs Val. Okay, that makes more sense. But either way, like, Specs Val does kill 3 Pokemon here. So you need this Lopunny to remain alive and well to check the Valiant. And it doesn't even Oko Valiant, I don't think, so you need Fake Out active. Never mind, we're just gonna take massive chip on our Valiant for no reason. We're gonna sack our Valiant. Bro. No, you guys are right. I was bugging on that. But we're just gonna sack our Valiant for fun, and now the game's over. Love that. Nice Lopunny, that was awesome. But now Samurott is able to just go for a Banded Ceaseless Edge. One-shots the Bronzong, and the Muck is not going to fare any better. And that should be the game, right? Yeah, Fierce Flamethrower with a really nice win over Phagos. Not game 8, so like it's pretty predictable. Scarf wasn't revealed. No, the Scarf Chomp was not revealed. But like we said it at the beginning, right? You might want to be Scarf Chomp for the Zardex anyways. So it should have been a possibility in Phase Head, right? I'm sure you saw it in a mock, surely. But instead we're just going to sack it. Awesome. Alright, and so now the series is 1-1. Alright, we go into game 3. Surely the 100% Bronzong was a better switch in as well. Yeah, that's also what I'm thinking, right? Probably the case. But okay, now we have game 3, Iron Boulders, which can be toxic, versus I Make You Rage, the Rage 77. Alright. Toxic, also known as Hisuian Avalugg on Smogon. So yeah. Toxic has had some really good performances recently, whereas I Make You Rage, pretty new to the scene, at least the tournament scene, right? Had a good DWL, a pretty decent DPL for like a rookie, and now he's here in DWL trying to make his mark on the tournament scene. And with that, he has a Meowscarada, which is a great Pokemon. This is Natdex. So you're going to see some Megas here. Mega Diancie, it looks like, right? Yeah, Mega Diancie. On the other side is Mega Gallade. Mega Gallade, one of the strongest Megas in Natdex. It's one of the most most powerful Megas in the format. Been steadily climbing from DFL to DPL onwards. Yep. Steelix and not Slitherwing. Yeah, this draft would be way better if there was a Slitherwing over the Steelix. You are so right. ZA Natdex is Mega D-Knight and Dragalge? Probably not, right? Probably not. Alright, so Bundle looks really scary. I'd expect to see like a Spadef Mew or something as the bundle check. Actually, Spadef Wisp Mew looks really hard for Toxic to beat. Like, how are you supposed to beat Spadef Wisp Mew? I'm not really too sure. Could be Fizzed Up for the Gallade though, but at that point, what do you even do to bundle? Lose? Maybe like a AV or Yachi Rotom Wash is like reasonable enough? I don't know. Let's find out. Iron Treads leads off into the Dragonite, threatens a Ice Spinner with the booster speed. Even a Dragon Dance is not going to outspeed. But D-Knight with Multiscale, able to take that trade, goes for Flamethrower on the Rock's turn, but now Rotom going to come in on the likely Ice Spinner. But it's actually sub Iron Tread, so sub Rock's probably going to be Endeavor on the set like this, and it is going to hit the Endeavor into the Rotom. Just Rocky Helmet misses a Hydro Pump, but that doesn't matter because the Helmet is going to do the job no matter what. Now Rotom is going to end up very low and actually can't get the Defog off. So now Gallade comes in and actually prevents the Defog in the first place. So now if this is not Boots Dragonite, it's going to take that Rocks. Meow comes in to revenge kill the Gallade, has the threat of Play Rough, and there's no resist to Play Rough. So this is going to do a lot of damage to something, and it is Dragalge. Triple Axle is going to knock it out if it hits 3. Oh, the Citrus Berry. It actually lives barely because of the Citrus Berry, but goes for a T-Spike instead of killing the Meowscarada. And now Play Rough is just going to be a KO. I don't know if that T-Spike was worth it, but I mean, it was looking like a choice Meowscarada. So I understand wanting to get the T-Spikes up, but it's not going to work out here. And Play Rough should be just free here. Grimmsnarl is going to come in. take a huge amount of damage. You don't want to get T-Waved on this. This is such a powerful Pokemon. The switch to Steelix does make sense, and a nice double to Dragalge, but doesn't appear to be packing Hydro Pump or anything like that. So we're going to switch to Gallade on Earthquake, and this shouldn't kill the Steelix, yeah. So going to trade into the Steelix with the Gallade, and it looks like it's a really nice endgame for Rage, as long as he can handle the Iron Bundle, which just took a huge hit from the Custap Gyro Ball. This is a lot of techs hitting back to back to back for I Make You Rage. Really powerful stuff. So even though the hazards are up, I do like his positioning. Now you can go Meowscarada, not fearing a Prankster T-Wave anymore because of the T-Spikes. And it looks like Play Rough is just going to be a KO. But instead we U-turn on the Reflect turn. Don't want to be in versus Bundle if you can prevent it. And it is not Boots Dragonite. Draco's going to land a little bit to the right as Silvally just knocks it out, so maybe things are starting to go Toxic's way as Mew comes in, gets poisoned, takes rocks. Tailwind comes out as Defog gets rid of everything. Okay. But I mean, the T-Spikes have already done pretty much most of their job. With the Ghost-type Silvally, you're able to Shadow Ball, and even with Toxic, you're not able to stall this out as the Mew. Probably just going to stall if the Tailwind turns at least, and then go for like a attack here. Defog, Roost, Wisp, probably. No, it's a Volt Switch. Okay. But now Meowscarada comes in on the last turn of Tailwind, goes down, and now you can just go for a knockoff or a triple axle, I guess. That's going to kill the Dragalge for sure. But now this bundle is looking really scary, right? How do you beat the bundle? Mew comes in. That's going to go down. Does Diancie live in base form? Oh, it dodges the pump. Goes for a Rock Polish. I don't know if it lived. He says he lived. Alright. So this does guarantee Big Chip, and then now the Meowscarada is going to win. It does live if the pump misses. So true. But yeah, it looks like yeah, if the Diancie lived, that was a pretty safe endgame. Only really goes wrong if the bundle switches versus Diancie into Silvally. Actually, yeah, that probably would have won the game, right? Because you Flash Cannon, you live the Moonblast, and then bundle in the end is able to 1v1 the Meowscarada. Maybe it's Sucker Punch. Maybe it's Sucker Last. That could be pretty reasonable. If it is Sucker Last, maybe maybe he still won anyways. I don't know. A little bit messy, right? But yeah, really well played from Rage. The Custap Licks getting the Big Chip on the bundle makes this endgame even possible, right? Because otherwise I think it would live a hit from... No, it's not going to live a hit from Diancie. What am I saying? Never mind. But, yeah, getting the Meowscarada Big Chip on Dragalge, definitely the defining play. Alright, now we have... What's the series looking like? 2-1 for Trick of Eye, looks like, as we go into Game 4, which is going to be Agency for the Thieves, versus Can I Get Beso? Who is this? This is Undead on the other side for the Trick of Eye. Yeah, any Dashing Kevs fans in the chat? Can we get Beso? But yeah, looking at this matchup, this is like the... This is the team that Agency has been using for a few weeks in a row now, the Zarude and the Terapagos. So a lot of like different sets you can run with these guys. It's really hard to predict what's going to come. Whereas on the other side, you see the Torn Petch. Like a lot of these Pokemon, you know what's coming, right? So already in like a prep standpoint, I think Agency with his creativity is probably a little bit of an edge here. Just because he can mock versus pretty much what you expect to come. Like, there's not a whole lot of variation on these mons. Maybe Torn has the most, with, like, the Nasty Plot sets versus the AV. But even then, it's, like, not really too scary. Whereas Zarude can be anything. The Terapagos can be anything. Beso, I'm on the Rova giving Beso for support. Oh, Beso Glop. Alright, let's look at the Terras here. We see Poison Zarude, and then on the other side, it's going to be Fairy Torn. Alright. And I think this is fighting Infernape as well. So Infernape able to go for the Fighting Terra if it wants to. Probably just getting that boosted damage on like Vacuum Wave, CC, Mach Punch, stuff like that. Maybe it's a Sword Stance. Infernape. And with the Terra Fighting, you're able to 1v1 Aloe and stuff like that. Kind of does look like Thanos, but the Poison type Zarude should be able to handle it. Alright, let's look at the game. Cornerstone gonna lead off into the Terrapagos. There's a lot of ways this lead can go. We see a Power Whip initially, breaks the shell as Body Press comes out from a defensive Terrapagos, does 2-hit KO the Ogerpon, which also looks to be pretty bulky. As Corv gonna come in, but it's gonna allow Rocks to come in. You get a U-turn into Infernape, and this is pretty scary for Agency. Goes for the Sword Stance, expecting a switch, but no, the Terrapagos just stays in because it's Choppleberry and would have lived in close combat. So this Infernape was looking pretty scary, but now it's at 5%, and Aqua Jet from Aloe is going to pick it off. So Undead does scout for that wisely, goes Ogerpon, gets that free Synthesis. But at the end of the day, the bundle is coming in, and the bundle is very scary. The Corv comes in, but unless it's AV, that's probably 2-hit KO'd, and we're not going to find out, as a flip turn to Zarude is what's going to happen. And Trailblaze, going to hit the Trailblaze, so now you're +1 speed, you can't be encored by Ogerpon. That's the purpose of going for Trailblaze immediately. Intimidate does not proc because of Clear Amulet. Alright. But we're just going to switch to Aloe. Don't want to take this Earthquake if you can help it. And Aloe does kind of safely come in and flip turn, get some chip on the Crocodile, scout out the set. We see it is not Scarf Crook as the rocks go up. Now Lando going to enter the field as Torn comes in. Another U-turn, another day. Bundle comes in. At this point, probably just going to go for an Ice Beam. No, just goes for a flip turn. So Torn is going to Terra and go for a U-turn. A lot of switch moves this game. This is very Giraffe League. Ogre probably just going to get another Synthesis here. Agency, oh no, gets a Spike instead. That Spike is kind of a big deal. The bundle is Boots, but everything else I don't think is Boots. So the Spike's going to go a long way. Now Corv comes in on the Lando. It is Citrus Berry. So another U-turn, another day. Shout out Giraffe League. But now Zarude comes in, and with the Crocodile scouted out, we go for a bulk up. Now a U-turn into Torn, so probably not Encore on the Ogerpon, or otherwise you would have gone to it there. And Torn doesn't really beat Zarude 1v1, I don't think. Yeah, it goes for a Trailblaze, becomes faster than the Torn, and now you can just Synth on this thing. With Clear Amulet, you're not really fearing a Bleak Wind drop. Beso, are we cooked? We might be cooked, bro. Torn does set up a nasty plot, so this next Bleak Wind is going to do a lot of damage. Goes for a Trailblaze, gets even faster on the Zarude. And now this +2 Bleak Wind, I mean, we saw that it did 33, this should do 66, but it does dodge. And at this point, we sack Infernape, just, and now we reveal Knockoff last, and Undead sees the writing on the wall, and he's just like, I'm out of here. So with Terra Poison and Clear Amulet, there's nothing Petrunk can do to your Zarude. There's nothing this Ogerpon can do. It's going to die to Knockoff. Crocodile going to die to +1 Trailblaze. Torn going to die to +1 Trailblaze. I also would have died to Knock even, I think. But yeah, Corviknight, setup fodder for the Zarude, and like there's nothing that he can do. Zarude just runs away with the game, and that's gonna be what, 2-2 now in the series, so all tied up. And now we go into game 5 with Wombo versus II. Alright, this is a pretty good matchup player wise, but we do see a Shuckle, and that's always a little bit sus, right? Alright, what is this matchup even? I'm curious what we benched for Shuckle. We benched Quillfish Registeel, it looks like. I could see that, yeah. feel like you might want the Quillfish here, if anything. Quillfish does look pretty good. But here we are. Alright. See, you see the double steal setup on II side? This is going to be really good for the Latios. But outside of that, not really too important. The Megas? What are the Megas on these teams? Is this Mega Scizor? It's a Mega Pidgeot that is benched on II side, whereas the other side, obviously a Mega Lopunny. Now, Lopunny is kind of walled by a Mew, but it does mean the Mew has to be Fizz-Def Helmet if it wants to check the Lopunny. Otherwise, you don't really have a safe switch into that guy, unless you wanted to be like Helmet Scizor and come in on normal moves. I don't know, an HJK is going to ruin your day, so probably not. Probably just going to see a bulky Mew. You want to be physically defensive for the Pursuit. Crocodile anyways, spread Wisp and Oras, always really strong. The Keldeo is a little bit annoying, right, for Wombo. If your Lottie gets Pursuit trapped by Scizor, that can be a really big problem, right? Because now your Secret Sword resist is Thunderous, and that does not sound very reliable. I don't know about you guys, but yeah. I would expect to see Rock's Gliscor, maybe Rock's Toxic in this kind of matchup, maybe Rock's Knock, something like that. Maybe it's Rock's on Heatran. I could see that as well. Let's look into the game. All right, Latios going to lead off into the Heatran. Good lead for II, but wants to scout the Earthquake, goes Scizor. It gets T-Waved. Do we see a Pursuit? We see a Hidden Power Fire, and Scizor lives and gets full parried. I feel like a U-turn on that Latios would have gone a really long way. But as it stands, okay, the Scizor is basically dead. This Latios is at full, and now Gliscor comes in, is immune to that, but no Toxic Orb, interesting enough. Gonna set up the rocks, probably Yachi Berry. That's the main item they run besides the Toxic Orb. As we see a Hidden Power into Discharge on the Mew. Soft build, you're kind of playing with fire here. And there is the Para. Synchronize obviously not going to work there as Super Fang comes out, but this is a losing battle for the Mew. You're going to see a Volt Switch into what? Shuckle comes in. Can set the Sticky Webs if it wants to. We see Leftover Shuckle, which is kind of rare. And there is the webs going up as Heatran hits the field. Magma Storm going to come out as Shuckle did its job. It's just going to Encore. Now, you don't really have a safe switch into this Heatran. You can't switch now because of the Magma Storm. Knockoff gets rid of the Focus Sash. If you're a Sash, I don't know why we switched turn 1. Probably could have just taken our Chip versus Lottie. I mean, Earthquake is not bringing to you the Sash anyways. Okay, Crook comes in. Gonna set Rocks as Gliscor comes in. Now knocks off the Yachi Berry as Defog. So that's an interesting thing. So the fact that it's Yachi Berry does kind of point towards Defog because you can't run Poison Heal and Defog on the same set in Oras. It's like a legality thing. So having the Defog for these Sticky Webs is actually a pretty big deal, especially for the Keldeo. Right, Keldeo being slower and everything is kind of tough, but now it outspeeds 3 Pokemon. Trade Rocks once again, but Gliscor can just kind of trade into this Crook pretty favorably, get rid of the Rindo Berry, and now you're threatening Earthquakes. Yeah, big damage into Crook. And it looks like it's kind of a mutual handshake. We're going to trade health on our ground types. Scizor is going to be sacked off to Rocks, pretty reasonable. And now what? Keldeo hits the field. If there's still a full HP Lottie, that full para was like really tough for this reason in particular. Now you have a Keldeo switch in. But it's okay. Heatran can still come in on this. I don't think it's Earthquake last, and it revealed not to be. It's Psyshock, Hidden Power, Fire. So Heatran actually hard walls this. And with the Magma Storm, now it's trapped in with the Heatran. If this is toxic, it's not toxic. It's Flash Cannon. So eventually, this Heatran should 1v1 the Latios, but it will take a long time. Yeah, Psyshock does 15, so another para. Maybe the Lottie can do it, but either way, it's going to use up pretty much all of your roots. And with that Spadef drop, yeah, this next Flash Cannon, I think the Magma Storm should break this turn. Yeah, it does break, but another drop, you can just Flash Cannon again. Oh, man. Really lucky for this Latios to even be alive at this point. But a Roar, okay, so getting some Rocks chip forces the Manaphy and the Thunders to take chip. Another para, man, it just never stops. Really unlucky from I, but he's still in this game. It's not over. Yeah, T-Wave is broken. Okay, Scarf Roserade, that's actually a really massive threat looking at it. Oh my god. Lottie comes in, but actually if you trade Rose with Lottie, Keldeo kind of just wins, no? Kind of? I don't know, maybe you need the Roserade. Maybe it's a Gliscor sack. Oh, we just go hard Mew. Yeah, because Mew hardwalls this as well. Side Shock HP Fire. Yeah, you don't need to sack at all, you just go Mew. Another full para, dude. So unlucky, I swear. Another Roar comes out. Really cannot afford to allow this Manaphy set up a tail glow. But okay, Mew probably just going to recover here on the Lottie. Crook comes in. No Pursuit, but Gliscor is going to come in and get sacked off here. But now you can just go Rose, and Sludge Bomb should be a KO. Crook going to go down quite reasonably. But now, what wants to come in? Manaphy the switch into Roserade? I don't think you die as Roserade. You get 2 KO with Sludge Bomb. Lumberry and the Poison kind of cancel out. But yeah, Rose just takes this trade. No problem. Manaphy goes down, and now Wombo's really running out of pieces. Especially for this Keldeo. Lopunny comes in, takes a massive Scarf Sludge Bomb. Goes for a turn. But I think this Helmet Mew is going to be pretty good. Goes Keldeo. It could be Scarf Keldeo. Goes for a Scald. If you get a burn on this Lottie, the game's pretty much over. But again, the luckiest Lottie in the world. It goes for a Roost, but now Mew is on the field, and how are you forcing out this Mew? You can't. Right, this Mew is just going to sit there and win, I think. You soft build on this Lottie. What's the last move? Surely something like Wisp or... yeah, it is Wisp. And that's going to be a game. Lumberry, Lottie, so it's able to take any like Scald Burn or T-Wave or Sludge Bomb Poison. Pretty reasonable, actually. Can we wrap this one up? Guys. Bro, surely not, right? You're losing your minds watching this? I'm losing my mind watching this. Oh, Encore on the soft build, but does that matter? Can't you just keep soft boiling? I swear you can if it's Helmet. But okay, Keldeo comes in, it's Scarf, forces out the Lopunny. I feel like that doesn't matter. But again, no Scald Burn. This is so tough. Now another soft build. Okay. Surely not, right? Oh my god. It's Colbur Mew? Surely not, right? Okay, okay. Yo, this is ridiculous. Okay, finally gets the burn on Lottie. And that should be game now. Should be. Because Lottie's gonna run out of Roosts eventually. And you could just Super Fang forever now, actually. You can Super Fang. Yeah. Bro, can we get to the end of the game? I'm like so sure that II wins this. It goes for a Wisp. Sure. Trying to predict a switch to Lopunny. It's like a free switch, or like a free prediction, where if you get it wrong, it doesn't matter. And now you can just Super Fang, get rid of all these Roosts. Yeah, at this point, when Lottie's low, you always Super Fang, because if it switches, it takes Rocks, and then Scarf Keldeo just wins, I think. Alright, now you probably Wisp. Yeah, when the Lottie's high HP, you Wisp, and when it's low HP, you Super Fang. This is correctly played. Yeah, now another Super Fang should come out. Let's just skip ahead. Like, we know what's happening here. Here's the last Roost. Here, that's the last one. Another Super Fang, and now Scarf Keldeo should have this one wrapped up unless it's Quick Attack Lopunny, which probably not, right? As Mew, you just click, you click nothing, actually. It's fine. So maybe if this is Quick Attack, could do something, but... Bro! This is ridiculous. Is it Quick Attack Lopunny? Keldeo's definitely in range, and it is not Quick Attack, so it goes down to the Scarf Keldeo, but bro, come on. Hey guys, OG Albina here. That's your intro, not mine. Mine is hello and welcome, Draft League fans. Alright, that was a crazy game. What's the score now? It looks like it is 3-2 in favor of Trick of Eye. as we move on to Game 6. 83 turns. Yeah, you don't miss Oras. Okay, to be fair, that game was over so long ago if we didn't get 20 full pairs in a row, right? Like, let's be so for real. Alright, now we have Professor Chipboard versus... who is this? This is Void of Darkness. I love auras as my opponent clicks T-Wave turn 1. So true. Yeah, Void of Darkness. Alright, Megalopony again. This time, like, the check looks a little bit more sound. Or does it? That's a lie, actually. So you have Helmet Blastoise, or you have Helmet Jirachi, right? It's going to be Mega Medicham, which is a massive threat into this team. Oh my god. Well, look at Mega Medicham. You just run... Wait, you actually just run Bulk Up, Drain Punch, Ice Punch, and you win the game, right? I feel like you just win. How does that even lose? Okay, Void of Darkness is going to have to cook this matchup. Because this Medi looks like Giga Thanos. Maybe your Scarf Hydreigon can, like, Draco it down. Yeah, Hydreigon does look pretty good. So maybe Hydreigon is just, like... broken? I don't know. There's no fairy on the other side, which... I'll say, I do not enjoy people going fairyless in these old gens. People do it more and more, and I know why they do it, but I still don't like it. And it's for situations like this. You look at the Hydreigon, it's so good. But, like, if you had a fairy, this wouldn't be a problem. But okay. The Zygarde is going to be able to Force Chip on the ground types this game, but Lando should be able to check it reasonably well with, like, a FizzDef Lefties HP Ice set. 76 viewers, 7 likes. Yo, that might be diabolical. You're right, OG Albina. We get some likes for for all those full paras. However, it's a Hydra, so it still sucks. I actually really like Hydra as a Pokemon. We should have at least 67 likes. Yeah, you're going to jail for that one. Yeah. That's him, officer. Okay, so I'm looking at this. The Raikou does look really strong as well. So Raikou and Hydreigon versus Medicham, and it looks like Torn also is a pretty big threat. If you're able to knock off the Raikou and knock into U-turn, that chip is going to add up very, very fast. Let's see the game. Alright, Raikou is going to lead off into Jirachi. You lead off as Raikou to deter like a lead Torn. You get a pre-free Volt Switch into a lot of stuff. Jirachi on a balloon. So a pre-free Volt Switch. Going to break the balloon. Now Lando is able to 1v1 this. Cybertoad able to 1v1 this. Stealth Rocks do go up. Do we have Grass Knot? Looks like probably not, as Gren comes in. Going for Skull there makes me think is Rocks Lando, and instead going to be like Toxic Protect on the Seismitoad with like dual stab, something like that, as Gren actually hits the field. Now this is interesting. Do you spike as the Gren, or do you just go for the Grass Knot? This is a question. The Size has to feel... or has to fear the Grass Knot, but a spike does come out. Okay, making good progress. Double hazards up turn 3. This is about as good as you can ask for as a start. But Hydreigon does hit the field, and this is pretty scary. Do you have an AV Torn you want to go to? There is a Torn. Is it AV? We don't know yet. It's going to be a U-turn into Raikou. Now, probably as the Torn, you just go for a U-turn, get your chip. Yeah, into the Jirachi. It's Rocky Helmet Torn, or Rocky Helmet Raikou, but that's going to get full regen off anyways. So Toxic Volt Switch, interesting. So Toxic Volts, HP Ice T-Bolt, I think is going to be the set. Pretty fair. Now the Zygarde is poisoned, so Lando... Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't even have 1,000 arrows this gen. So Lando's like a hard counter. And we're just going to see rocks go up here for sure. As Blastoise comes in, threatens a spin. You just get the immediate spin. That seems pretty nice. Yeah, Seismitoad comes in, but this spin, pretty cool. And now you can just, I was going to say go Jirachi or something, go Gren. But instead we're just HP Grass Blastoise, able to 1v1 the Seismitoad pretty comfortably. So if you're able to do that, may as well, right? Remove a defensive piece for Void of Darkness. And Blastoise is not taking too much chip here. Gets the burn finally. But the size is going to go down for that. Raikou comes in, threatens a Volt Switch here. Is going to get some amount of progress, but I think you could just go Zygarde. It's not too useful here. So taking chip on it, not the end of the world. And you can just go for like a Toxic as the Zygarde, I feel like. Because Lando is going to come in for sure. Do you have the Toxic? Go for a Dragon Pulse. That's also fair. Get some chip on the Lando, make it unable to check the Medi later. And now Blastoise comes in on the rocks, and you can just go for a Rapid Spin. You're slower than the Lando. So, oh, that's actually a nice play. Because Rocky Helmet Lando, now you can't spin. Maybe rocking in doesn't matter, but either way, it's going to guarantee rocks up here. But we don't take the rocks! What's the point? What's the point? Okay, should have rocked there. If Rapid Spin comes out again, you get Rocky Helmeted and you die and the spin doesn't actually go off. So rocks could have been up for the rest of the game. Makes a banger play and then doesn't do it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We were okay sacking Orlando last turn, but not this turn. I don't get it. Torn does come in though. And Hydreigon in on Torn. Earlier we saw the Torn switch in on Hydra. So this should be alarm bells. Is this like Scarf Head Smash? And it is Scarf Head Smash. Okay, so correctly scouts that as the Torn. Really nice stuff. Maybe he wants to defog first and then rock. Probably not, right? You don't run rocks, U-turn defog. I feel like you need HP Ice in this matchup, right? Maybe you don't. Maybe not. I don't know. Scarf Head Smash is dead as the good set into Torn. No, for sure. You knew it from the U-turn damage, yeah. Sounds correct. But now Zygarde comes in and your Lando is really low. Can't just go for a Dragon Pulse here. It's really hard to switch into Dragon Pulse Zygarde for some reason. Raikou gonna get sacked off. Why is this a massive threat? Hold up. Lando does come in. And Dragon Pulse is gonna 2-hit KO. You get your rocks up eventually. We're gonna switch Lopunny, take more chip? Orlando's already dead to hazards, why not just sack it? We just took 70 on our Lope for fun. Okay, gets the kill at least, but now Medicham can come in and you just kind of click Drain Punch 3 times. Right? Or, you go for Fake Out first, yeah, obviously. But now Hydra comes in, you take any hit as the Medi. I guess you can go Torn. It's not going to click Head Smash. It is going to click Head Smash here. So, cool play, but I think that's just... The Medi's still going to come in and kill something, right? Fake Out here. And it looks like Medi doesn't really need to switch out here if it's Bullet Punch. Okay, you go Gren, play it safe, why not? You don't want to take a Fake Out chip on your Medi. Double Prio Lopunny, but now Medicham comes in, goes for a Fake Out. No Fake Out is really odd. That's a really odd play, but I don't think it matters. Scizor comes in, but there's like a full HP Jirachi. Medicham's going to do way too much damage. You can Source Dance, but I think Medi lives. Yeah, it does live, and that's going to be the game. So Chipboard, able to win that one. Yeah. I wonder if that was just a misclick on the Lopunny, because you definitely Fake Out always there. If it switches, it's dead to hazards. Okay, Chipboard comes out with the win. I believe that's 4-2 for Trick of Eye now. So Trick of Eye looking for their win here. Whereas on the other side, the Phantom Thieves, they're looking for a tie, it looks like, right? I think that's correct, yeah. Just brain AFK'd. Yeah, it can happen. Alright. And now we have Gondra versus Roller K in Gen 9. Alright. So we have Raging Bolt, but Raging Bolt's one of the worst matchups is into these Treads plus regen guys. Right? Treads is able to take the heat initially, and then later on you just go to your AV Hydrapple and you regen it all off. Yeah, the avatars are very cool. I do enjoy these. Don't want to risk... Yeah, okay, makes sense. Alright, so AV Hydrapple looks to be like very likely into this team, right? You see Greninja, you see Raging Bolt. especially like Terra Dragon. Like AV Hydrapple is about to put in overtime. As well as like you don't really have super long-term switch-ins to Hydrapple. Maybe like a Spidef Petrarunt can do that. But Petrarunt coming in is just a free Iron Treads, and Treads is pretty annoying, it looks like. Yeah, Treads is really annoying to switch into, actually. So there is that. EQ Ice Spinner hit everything. Yeah, it really can. Perhaps a bug fighting type, maybe a Buzzwole. Many are saying this. But okay, I'm definitely expecting an AV Hydrapple. Outside of that, though, I'm not really too sure what Gondra can really bring. The Darkrai is looking really scary. Maybe you run Specs Darkrai, maybe it's Nasty Plot or something like that. But Darkrai, no matter what it is going to be a massive threat. Just Dark Pulse Ice Beam kind of hits everything besides the Gren, and Gren has to worry about Focus Blast, has to worry about AV Hydrapple. Has a lot to worry about. Maybe just run Sludge Bomb for the guaranteed chip versus Gren, but probably Focus Blast, let's be real. Alright, let's just look at the game. Oh, you see Hydrapple lead off into the Petrarunt, doesn't want to stay in. So Gondra leading the Hydrapple makes me think it probably just wants to get the Terra off ASAP, because you're really scared of that Terra Dragon Raging Bolt. But really smart lead from Roller K, going for the Petrarunt to deny the Terra turn 1. You can't stay in as Hydrapple versus Petrarunt. So you just go hard Slowbro, and now this does open up your Raging Bolt to get some early progress, right? Because you are Terra Dragon, you want to get the most out of it early. Oh, it's Weakness Policy, lead Petrarunt, so that's going to actually just get a kill immediately. But Darkrai should be able to revenge this no problem, and Raging Bolt is going to come in. I think once you see the Terra Fairy Hydrapple, your Raging Bolt's HP is actually pretty expendable. Because it's not going to win the game. And especially early game, to get it on the field, this is totally worth it. Now you're just going to Terra Dragon, fire off a Draco, and you're going to kill something, I think. Like, the Treads can come in, but like, look at this damage. God damn, dude. And so now it's like a little bit of a mini game, right? Roller K wants to avoid having a Hydrapple get any free turns to Terra. Because once it does, this Raging Bolt is useless. So you want to get your value from Raging Bolt early. And so Petrarunt sack makes a lot of sense. Just going to go down to the Iron Treads. You don't have a safe switch in. Now Gren comes in. Volcanion does come in on the Spike turn. Okay, interesting. Now you go Raging Bolt, definitely. And now a Draco is going to kill something. Is that... I don't know if that's AV Bolt. I feel like it wasn't based on the Dark Pulse damage, but maybe that's just Specs Darkrai and an AV Bolt. Regardless, now it finally gets a kill. No more spin, right? But now Hydrapple can Terra, and this Raging Bolt is no longer a threat. And yeah, it looks like AV. Yeah, good Earth Power on the switch to Jirachi, gets some good value there. Uxie comes in, gets parried by Body Slam, but with the Rocky Helmet, this is a good trade for the Uxie. We reveal Wish Jirachi, but we're going to Wish back into the Raging Bolt, and I feel like this Wish is kind of a waste, right? Because every time Raging Bolt comes in, you just go Hydrapple, and there's nothing that like the Bolt can really do about it. Like you can Volt, but to what? Right? Giving the Hydrapple free entry points just means you have to go back to Jirachi, so I'd rather just receive the Wish myself. Right? Here it goes for an Iron Head, the Paraflinch chance, but U-turn does go through. We had Encore. It was a rough play. On what, the Uxie? Or on Jirachi? Wait, which team is your team? Oh, you're on Roller K's team, okay. So you had Encore Jirachi? Like Encore on the rocks or something? Yeah, okay. Well, Volcanion comes in and you still have the Raging Bolt. You still have the Volt switch, but again, the Hydrapple comes in and you're in the same situation where you kind of have to go Jirachi again. You kind of have to take this helmet. It doesn't feel good. I feel like Leftovers would be really good on this Jirachi. Like, it's taking so many turns to just stay in. If you had lefties, this guy would be at like 80% by now. Okay, again, a Wish into Raging Bolt, but again, this is progress on the Jirachi and no progress into the Hydrapple. Progress, yes. and then Iron Heading there I don't like as well. I think you should wish. But I get it's a little bit scary. If you wish on the Earth Power and then the Uxie comes in on the Iron Head, you're just going to die to Helmet. It's a little bit scary. I don't think Roller K has a way to make great progress. You're getting a little bit of Hazard Chip on the Volcanion, it looks like, right? But nothing major. You need Rocks Up. Can we find a way to get Orlando in and get Rocks Up? Like, I feel like you need that ASAP, right? Yo, imagine all these sequences if you had Rocks and Spikes Up. All of a sudden, this Volcanion has like 1 or 2 switch-ins max. This Hydrapple is taking actual chip. I think we just need Rocks Up. But now it's too late. Our Jirachi's dead. Okay, we have a Wish in the air. So we go Braviary. Braviary also Thanos snaps something whenever it comes in. And it's going to Brave Bird, knock out the Volcanion. And like with the Wish in the air, it's going to go right back up to full. Really nice stuff. But now Darkrai comes in. And Darkrai coming in, I think we revealed that it's Specs from the Raging Bolt calc. I wonder if there's like a world where we can go Gren here on like this Ice Beam, because Ice Beam feels so easy to click here. I also wonder if you could just sack Bolt. Is that something you could do? Just go Bolt and Thunderclap, get your chip on Darkrai. But instead, we sack our Braviary, which is like one of the only things that was like really threatening the Hydrapple. And now you have Lando, Gren, and a Raging Bolt into a AV Hydrapple. It feels like you're never going to break that. A Life Orb Brave Bird? Well, it's Life Orb Sheer Force, right? So you have Body Slam, and that's your like main stab. But with the Wish in the air, you're okay taking recoil there. Okay, Hydro Pump, Life Orb, Gren doesn't even 2-hit KO Hydrapple. Misses the next Hydro Pump, but I don't think that matters. Like, I think Darkrai had this one packed up no matter what. Yeah, full para, but this one, whatever. Game's done. Lando comes in. Is this Scarf Lando? That's the only reason why you wouldn't get rocks earlier, I think. Dude, where is the rocker? That's also something people do in SV sometimes. They run rockless. So if that's the case, that's kind of tough, right? You really needed rocks in this game. And now, I think this is 4-3 for the Trick of Eye. And now we go into a Game 8 decider. And now we have Venga Benga versus Sharky King. And it looks like Sin of Wrath has hooked me up with the matchup docs. So we're going to have team preview on this one. So we can follow along a little bit better in DPP. It's so hard, right? In DPP to follow along when you don't know the teams. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's look at this matchup real quick. We can look at the leads, right? Because those are locked in before the game. But okay. Venga Benga here. Alright. So looking at it, Skarm is really annoying for Sharky King. Getting those spikes up and keeping them up versus Donphan Spinner seems pretty reasonable. The Heatran, though, gonna have to be checked by the Tentacruel or the Flygon. Could be HP Ice. Could be HP Ice Earthquake Heatran, like 3 attacks mixed. That doesn't seem too bad. But also has to get through the T-Tar. So like Heatran has a lot to get through here. It's not gonna be able to fit coverage for everything. Okay, so Raikou, we see lead off into the Flygon. What is the Raikou gonna be? Could be Shuka Berry if it's leading into Flygon. And that allows you to stay in, go for an HP Ice. Something like that. I could see that. Whereas Flygon leading is probably gonna be choiced, if I had to guess. Like Scarf or Banded. You just want to get a big chip off early. Scarf U-turn on something. Doesn't matter. Let's see. Anything else I really want to talk about? Maybe we could talk about the Sceptile, right? Sceptile looks pretty scary with Earthquake coverage into the Heatran. And then, like, everything else doesn't like taking grass moves at all. You can see, like, a Swords Dance Sceptile here. Look pretty scary. Because Qwilfish in Gen 4 I do not believe has Intimidate yet. So, like a Swords Dance Yachi Sceptile to guard against the Ice Shard from Sneasel? How do you even beat that as Sharky King? That looks really scary. Hold up. So we might be seeing some Sceptile action later. Okay, let's look at the game. So Flygon actually reveals Yachi Berry at lead. And Raikou is not Shuka, but instead just freaking lives the Earthquake. Which is kind of surprising, right? Raikou, it's probably EV'd for a Scarf Adamant Earthquake, so that if it's banded, it dies to HP Ice, and if it's Scarf, it doesn't kill and dies to HP Ice, so you don't need the Shuka Berry in that sense. But now, it's a free switch to Donphan, I guess, as Whiscash comes in. So Whiscash, awesome. So what is Whiscash here for? It's here to just throw one more Pokemon into the Heatran and the Raikou, right? Because Raikou revealed HP Ice already, so it's not going to be HP Grass. The Heatran also probably going to be HP Ice if it's going to pick one. Flygon is terrible, but we already knew that. So true. So Whiscash does kind of 1v1 these top two Pokemon. It's also good into the Donphan. But it looks like Donphan came in on the Whiscash, so maybe Sharky knows something we don't know. But yeah, Whiscash looks really nice. Skarm, though, a nice switch here. As we just trade hazards, but I think this might favor Vengabanga. Having the spike up does feel really nice. And like, his spinner is better than Sharky's spinner, for sure. Okay, Heatran comes in on the Toxic, really nice play. This should, in theory, allow the Tentacruel in to spin. Here's the Tentacruel, as a Wisp comes out. So getting some permanent chip on the Tentacruel, 6% per turn net after the Black Sludge, and you can just go for a spin here, but instead goes for a Surf. I'm not really sure why, because now the rocks are going to remain up. Oh, and that crit is really bad for Vengabanga. That crit opens up the whole game, because this Skarm was the main roadblock to Donphan, to Sneasel, and even to this Uxie. Now Uxie itself is hard to switch into, kind of. We're going to go Whiscash on the next T-Ball, and Anticipation procs, which means this Uxie has grass coverage guaranteed. So T-Bolt, probably Grass Knot for the T-Tar, right? And then two other moves. We see U-Turn, so we know 3 of the Uxie's moves. And Whiscash is just going to go for a Toxic, gets it on the Ludicolo. Do we have Protect on the Whiscash? Looks like we do not, as Tentacruel comes in and takes Energy Ball, and that is Specs damage onto a Tentacruel from Ludicolo. Now you can go for a spin, but the Tentacruel is basically sacked for it. Uxie comes in, T-Bolt, U-Turn, Grass Knot, and the last move is going to be Rocks. So it's actually double Rocks on Sharky's side, able to overwhelm the spinner, as you can see. And it's going to work, right? You're going to maintain Rocks up. The Tentacruel is dead to Sand. It's Sand plus Rocks plus Burn. So, yeah, very unlikely you're going to be seeing another spin this game. And T-Tar does come in on that turn, able to go for a Crunch. Does big damage to the Uxie, but Citrus Berry, shout out J. Ricky, is able to keep it at a reasonable HP where it can still come in on stuff like Skarm, Whiscash even, somewhat reasonably, and threaten them. But okay, Donphan comes out, can threaten a spin. Skarm is pretty low, but even then, if you spin, Skarm just going to lay up the hazard again. Right, spin does 3%. Love that. And I think Venga does value the spike more than the Skarm's HP at this point, right? Even if you recover there, Heatran is a really scary threat to let in for free. So if you're going to let it in, you should get the spike up and not Roost. You have a Tentacle Sack, which is totally reasonable here. You see an Overheat. So Overheat Wisp, probably a hidden power for the Flygon. And then the last move is probably Earthquake for the Tentacruel. At least that's what I would expect. Okay, Flygon comes in. Gonna go for a Roost, as Heatran is -2, but with the HP Ice, it's still doing about half HP. Crit would kill, so no point messing around, just go for the Earthquake, and it's Shuka Berry Heatran, which does make sense if you are packing the HP Ice. So multiple Flygon lures, and it's gonna end up working. But now Sceptile comes in, and with the Sugarberry broken, Earthquake Sceptile is really scary. Uxie does come in, but after this Sand Chip, and we were Leftovers Sceptile and Protect Sceptile for even more Sand Chip, now the Uxie might be in range of the Grass move, and it's going to be Leaf Storm, so Uxie does go down. Now, what's actually checking the Sceptile? It's going to be the Sneasel. But you have a Scarm to sack. So here's a question. Does the Sneasel pursuit the Sceptile? If the Scarm comes in after the pursuit, you get basically a 2-for-1. Right? You can pursuit the Sceptile, leave it very low, and then the Skarmory comes in. It's going to be in range of Ice Punch next turn anyways. And we do see the pursuit on the Sceptile. Brings it in Rocks range. Rocks plus Sand, definitely. And it's a Life Orb Sneasel to get that job done, as Skarm does come out, so Sharky calls that correctly. It's looking like a really solid endgame for this Sneasel. How do you even beat it? I don't know. T-Tar comes in. Is it going to be Scarf Tar? We've already revealed Low Kick, so if it's coming in, it probably has to be Scarf Tar. Or maybe you're just bluffing at this point. You don't have much better to do. But okay, you have a Raikou sack. You can just go to that, keep the Sneasel. But instead, we sack the Sneasel. Alright, so Scarf T-Tar is revealed, goes for the Aqua Tail. And now Ludicolo comes in. So we're locked into Aqua Tail. Something has to take this Specs Ludicolo hit. Probably just going to be the Sceptile, right? And that's just going to die to Rocks. We lock into Surf, okay? But now T-Tar comes in. And this is a really heavy turn, right? This is Scarf T-Tar. But if Ludicolo goes down to a Crunch, what is killing this Whiscash? You have a Heatran at 39, walled by Whiscash. You have a Donphan, I mean, could just get surfed, right? And then you have a Raikou that's dead to hazards. You need this Ludicolo desperately to kill the Whiscash. But the problem is Pursuit goes both ways, right? We saw the Pursuit on the Grass type earlier from the Sneasel. Are we going to see a Pursuit on the Grass type from Vengabenga? It's a 50-50 at this point. Let's just see what happens. And he hits the Pursuit on the Ludicolo. And because of Gen 4 mechanics, he switched to Raikou, and that's a 2-for-1 for free. But now we're locked into Pursuit, which means Donphan can come in and just Earthquake twice. Earthquake should 2-hit KO the Whiscash. But instead we go Heatran. Uh-oh. Because Heatran can't beat Whiscash. So it's a free Whiscash turn. Misses a Wisp. I don't think that's really impactful, because I think you're still dead to Earthquake no matter what. Yeah. But now, okay, Donphan versus the world. Alright, we just have to see. It's Toxic. We see an Earthquake come out. Does 2-hit KO. Now, does this Whiscash have Surf or anything like that to chip this Donphan into range of the T-Tar? It's Rest. So Rest Talk, Earthquake, Toxic it looks like. So no Water move. And we're going to see Donphan, I think after Toxic it should be in range of the Aqua Tail. We see a Sleep Talk. We get the Earthquake, big chip, but with the Citrus Berry. Okay, so Citrus Berry means that if we didn't get that Earthquake, we would be very healthy. We would be at 55%. And I think that T-Tar probably doesn't kill Donphan at 55, but at 42, Aqua Tail is going to get the job done, and that's going to be Vengabenga winning the series for Trick of Eye. Yeah, no comment, TSP. No comment. And that's going to be the series. Trick of Eye ends up winning against Phantom Thieves, who were the heavy favorites going into this week, I might add. But alright. Moving on to the next series, which, funny you would say that, TSP. Our next game is Olivia versus Inaros. Alright, So this is going to be the Plunderers versus the Ragey Bolts. Two teams that were lower in the power rankings, but have had really strong starts to the season. So, pretty cool. Why are you doing the stream during the Super Bowl? I don't know. I just work here. I'm not really into football, to be honest. This is the real Super Bowl today. When even is the Super Bowl? It's like later, right? It's in like 3 or 4 hours. So, whatever. This is the pre-show. It's now? I thought it was later. I mean, it's football. I don't really care about football. Addressing the drama as a title would be so funny as we watch showdown games. Okay, you want to look at the drama? We could look at it after this game. Started this minute, 3:30 PST start. Cool. Okay, Olivia versus Inaros. DWL Finals is the Super Bowl. So true. Okay, we see a Mega Bayonet. That's awesome. Alright. So Inaros is he's the guy who had the Zoroark replay last game, where he just leads off and wins with a Zoroark. So this is a lot of aura we're dealing with right here. This matchup though, I mean, Coco looks really strong outside of the Gliscor, which you have a Kyurem to punish, and like Kyurem doesn't have good switch-ins, right? Eviolite Bisharp is your best one, but like Kyurem gets body press, you know? Comfy can come in, but Comfy can't do anything to Hearth Flame or Iron Crown. So like the way Olivia's offense works together is pretty nice in this matchup. X Olivia. I like that. That's a good one. Right. What else? Is this the USA halftime show? Probably, right? Probably. The Volcanion doesn't look very good here. It looks like it's slower than everything and dies to everything. Funny enough, I think Bisharp is pretty reasonable. There's still a Mandibuzz though. Like, this does feel like a good matchup for Olivia. You come to the right place. Hell yeah. Let's get into the game. All right, Kyurem leads off into the Volcanion, threatening a Freeze Dry for some decent damage. I guess Earth Power is a little bit stronger. Is that AV Volcanion? Oh, it's Eject Pack. Okay, so ejects into the Comfy, but Icicle Spear is going to put big damage on this Comfy. Is not loaded dice though. U-turns into the Boulder. U-turn is expecting the Hearth Flame or the Crown to come in, but now Boulder in goes for the Mighty Cleave. That's going to knock out the Kyurem, no problem. Alright, so early lead goes to Inaros, but now Iron Crown gets to hit the field. And we're just going to double to Hearth Flame on the Volcanion. Does this KO with like a Power Whip? It looks like it does, but wow, Fizz Def Gliscor. That has like 700 defense EVs. Oh my god. Eject Pack is fine. I don't like Eject Button very much. I think people misuse it a lot. Neutral Draining Kiss probably not doing much to Kyurem if you're not switching. Yeah, true. Okay, Fizz Def out the ass Gliscor. Probably just gonna see a Hazard go up here. As we see a Swords Dance on Toxic. Okay, so happy that you Toxic'd there. But +2 Hearthflame doesn't KO Gliscor. So I don't know why we're switching. We should just Earthquake that for sure. But now we have a +4 Ogerpon on our team. On our screen. So Draining Kiss for 10. Yeah, Comfy is like Giga Dead. That killed like 7 Comfies. But now Boulder can Revenge and just goes for a Mighty Cleave. Okay, Ogerpon down. This does look good for Inaros. Tapu Kirko goes for a Reflect and taunts the Gliscor. So that's good. Gets rid of the T-Spikes. You saw that? And U-turn Gliscor. So U-turn double Toxic kind of thing. But with all that revealed, the Coco kind of reveals that it doesn't have an electric move. So Volcanion is going to come in. Goes for an Overheat, which does 29 to Mandibuzz. Not very much. That's Nasty Plot Mandibuzz. Okay. Gets Toxic. But it's Lum. Lum is a great bring here. But Dark Pulse doesn't kill because this is a Mandibuzz. Gets poisoned anyways. And so now it's like, okay, you can go into your Mighty Cleave guy, but the Reflect is still up. We don't go to our Mighty Cleave guy, and instead we get Confused, full confused. So love that. Probably would have liked to see a T-Spike go up there as Inaros, but okay. Gonna go down to some hacks. Now Boulder can come in and again claim a kill as it's done the entire game. Now Coco in for another round of screens, but Swords Dance Boulder, really nice here. Basically negates the Reflect. And now Earthquake is going to do big damage to this Tapu Koko. And here we switch. I don't know why we switch here. Surely +2 Boulder is like worth having on the field, right? But instead we go Latias. I believe this is Mega Latias. So maybe you want... But like you can't even set up on this because of Taunt. You're just going to get taunted. Mystical Fire comes out. But now we have Lati on the field instead of a +2 Boulder. Like that feels wrong, right? We just hate winning? Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Like the Boulder was such a massive threat. I don't know why we switched out there. But okay, taunted Mega Latias in. Dual screens up. Iron Crown comes in. Mystical Fire. Oh, you see that? It's Covert Cloak, Iron Crown. So the Mystical Fire drop never happens. And you can set up to the moon. Get the agility off, get the Calm Minds. Now you lose the taunt. If this is Calm Mind Lottie, it just wins as well. But we're not interested in Calm Minding as Lottie. Okay. We're just interested in clicking the move that does 13. I get it. But we're gonna go down, and this is a +2/+2 Iron Crown. Bisharp comes in, goes for a Sucker trying to catch a Focus Blast. There's no Reflect, so Sucker would kill. Another Calm Mind. Another Sucker, another Calm Mind. This is Sucker Mind Games. Another Sucker, another Calm Mind. And she gets the turn right. The attack on the non-Sucker. That is big chip on the Bisharp, and it's going to mean that Bayonet is now a little bit of a threat. The Bisharp should still live a Shadow Sneak, though. But the Bayonet could just be faster. That's something you need to keep in mind as well. We see another Sucker Punch on a Substitute. Oh my god. Another Sucker Punch on a Swords Dance. So just, it's over. Like... Wait, is it over? Another sub, a knockoff. This is Mind Games forever and ever. Another sub, another knockoff. The Bisharp is faster. Wait, no, the Bayonet's faster. Wait, no, it's Prankster. The Bisharp is faster. Yeah, we saw from this turn 35, the Bisharp is faster, so a Sucker on an attack is a win for Inaros. And that's gonna be the game. I'm not gonna lie, Inaros did not want to win this game. A lot of thrown opportunities, like the Gliscor versus the Hearthflame. You never needed to sack any of these stuff. No comment. Yeah. And so basically, Olivia in her win post posted this replay, and then posted our DMs. Basically, for my power rankings video. When I went over Olivia's team, the Plunderers, when I got to her name, I said, no comment. Because, you know, I don't think Olivia is that good. That being said, though, when she came to my DMs, be like, hey, you said no comment, and I didn't like that. And kind of hostile in my DMs, I'm not going to lie. So I responded in kind. And I said the copy pasta that TSP has been posting. So, I mean... No comment, right? She is 3-0, but looking at the games, I don't think her opponents have been playing well. So there is that, but 3-0 is 3-0, right? Olivia is Thanos, she got every 50-50 right, but they didn't need to be 50-50s, right? You look at Inaros' side, like, switching out the +2 Boulder, really big mistake. Sacking the Comfy, I think, was also a mistake, right? You could have just Earthquake with Gliscor or something. But yeah. Gotta give credit on the Tachyon. That one was kind of fire, I'm not gonna lie. But also, like... You go here. You're afraid of what? Focus Blast as the Bisharp? We're afraid of Focus Blast? Olivia Stanos and you just mad. I'm just explaining the context, right? So that's the copy pasta. No comment. But yeah, we'll see if she can keep that up in the rest of the season. I know my team plays her team week 7, which is going to be fun. That'll be funny. But okay, Gen 4, we have Clean versus Violet River. And here is the matchup thing. Let me put that on the screen. There we go. What I'm hearing is L5 pretending to hate so he can get her for cheap in the next team tour. Many are not saying that. Who we sack into Olivia? Okay. Question is replicable on other tour. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, whoops. So now we have DPP for game 2. Clean has been having a pretty clean start to the season, if I remember correctly. I think he's is he undefeated going into this? Let me check so I'm not lying. Is he? Let's see. He won in week 2. And he won in week 1. So he's 2-0 going into this game. So really strong stuff from Clean. Violet River has had a very Violet River start too. A joke? No comment. Alright. So yeah, 2 strong players in DPP it looks like. So this should be a pretty solid game. Let's look at the leads. What do they choose to lead off with? Hippowdon and Infernape. Alright. So Hippowdon lead, you want to set the sand early. A lot of Violet River's team does not enjoy sand being up, right? You limit the Snorlax and the Blastoise recovery from leftovers. The Infernape as well, taking chip every turn, really valuable. Also, it's like kind of hard to remove Hippowdon from the field once it's in. Like, how are you stopping rocks from going up? Is this the arrow game? There is an arrow. That's all I'll say for now. It looks like Scizor is okay. Maybe not the best Pokemon ever, due to the Infernape, but still Bullet Punch, Bug Bite does look really strong into a lot of the team. Clefable is really annoying for this team to switch into. Like, knockoff Clefable plus Sand, I think I've started to realize in DPP is really broken. Like, what are you even supposed to do into Clefable? Go Zam? Probably not, right? Zam is walled. So something else is going to have to take this knock. Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves. The Clefable plus Sand, really good. That's why you set up Sand turn 1. Starmie, probably not too fantastic. It's good into Infernape, but can kind of just thud into Zong, into Lax. Even Alakazam, right? You don't really 1v1 very comfortably. Okay, on the other side, Infernape, offensively pretty good with like Overheat, you know, able to bust through Hippowdon, maybe Grass Knot, something like that. But at the same time, finding entry points for it is a little bit challenging. You can come in on maybe Scizor, and that's pretty much it. You don't really want to get knocked off by Clefable. You don't really want to come in on Hitmonchan or anything like that. So really it's only Scizor, which is why we're leading off with it, trying to get a favorable lead turn 1, but at the same time, you don't Oko anything. You do like 80% to a lot of things. So Hippo could just see an Earthquake here, trying to trade with the Infernape. We'll see. We see a U-turn. Maybe rocks go up. Yeah, there is the Earthquake. Pretty safe play, because if Zong comes in, you can just trade rocks next turn. No real big problem. But we see a trick, so now this Hippowdon is Scarf. And it was carrying a Chalanberry. So that seems to be trying to cover like an explosion, right? Yeah, like Explosion, Regirock, Self-Destruct, Snorlax. These are ways that Violet River can break through the Hippowdon, but with Chalanberry, that is no longer the case. So pretty reasonable Chalanberry bring, actually. That's pretty cool. But now Aerodactyl is going to come in on Bronzong. You usually don't see that switch in very often. But it is sub-pressure stall, which is the only reason you would make that play in the first place. So you stall out Gyro Balls pretty comfortably with pressure. You only have 4. And Payback actually does not break the sub, which is surprising. Blastoise is going to come in on the Protect. So sub Protect, Pressure Stall Arrow. We're going to see another Protect on this Blastoise spin. And now what is this arrow going to do? We're going to see a Starmie switch saying, if you're going to spin, I'm going to spin. So fair enough on that one. Yeah, I wonder if we just see the Bronzong just come in and rock again. The Chillonberry, huge Chillonberry. And Clefable is fine at entry point on the Bronzong. Could go for a knockoff, but instead doubles to Hippowdon on the Regirock, trying to get those rocks up. Really nice play. But Blastoise coming in is just going to be able to spin these away. There's no spin block. So we kind of transpose back into the exact same position as earlier. And now Regirock comes in as rocks Clefable. So double rocks is actually really impactful here. You're able to keep him up now because I think we've revealed that the Clef can beat the Blastoise 1v1 very comfortably. So now all this Hippowdon has to do is deal with this Regirock. And even at a Choice Scarf, yeah, you can just slack off and Regirock can't really do much. I think that's 31% into Hippowdon. I don't know if that's banded or not. It feels low for a Choice banded Regirock. Okay, another rocks go up. And every time this sequence happens, the Blastoise is taking Rock's Chip. So this is a positive trade for Clean, this sequence. And it's up to Violet River to break the cycle, and he does so immediately with the Venusaur in on the Hippowdon. Now this is going to go for a Power Whip, but Hippo is broken. What? 38. God damn. Very fat. But Bronzong is forced in by the Roar. A Roar there kind of trying to cover for like a Swords Dance or like a Growth. Maybe even like a Sunny Day kind of set. You don't want to switch in on a Sunny Day Venusaur. That does look pretty scary, right? Okay. Bronzong in, just Seismics. Or, hold on. Let me go back here. Clefable in on the Trick. So actually Bronzong steals back the leftovers, which is pretty big. Clefable with no passive recovery is pretty nice, but the Seismic into Regirock is really valuable chip. Protect here to, Thanos snap another superpower PP. This is pretty good. Now Hippo comes in, takes the superpower, but with Scarf it's able to outspeed and slack off. So the Regirock not able to 2-hit KO the Hippo. That's actually super funny. Venusaur comes in to take advantage of the slack off, but Scizor, once you reveal its physical, Venusaur can just come in. It could be Swords Dance HP Fire though. We see a Sleep Powder. You don't see the HPs? Oh, my bad. It's a little bit too big. There you go. So the Scizor is now asleep from the Sleep Powder. We just go for a Power Whip. So do we not have HP Fire last? It might be like, what even would it be? Earthquake? No, it is HP Fire. But Scizor wakes up and goes for the Bug Bite, and that chip is going to put it in Bullet Punch range. So Venusaur doesn't actually end up getting all that much done. Probably should have just Hidden Powered when you had a chance, but tried to predict the switch into like a Starmie or something, which is fair enough. But okay, HP Fire Blastoise is going to finish off the Scizor. But I think Scizor has done its job. It kind of checked the Venusaur, and from what's revealed, that's all Scizor really had to do. Now, Spin Blastoise is going to pay for it by taking 100 damage from Seismic Toss, and these rocks are going right back up. Never mind, I would have expected rocks to go up there, but instead, Lax comes in on a Seismic Toss, so good stuff there. I'm going to go for a Curse, probably just going to see a Roar from the Hippowdon. No, instead we go for rocks. I mean, the Snorlax can just curse now. You're locked into rocks. Instead goes for return, anticipating a switch out, it looks like. But that could have been scary. Now Hitmonchan comes in, but it's Choppleberry Lax. It does live. And with the Chople return, it's going to be able to 1v1 this Hitmonchan, but it does go down to Sand. So okay, it's looking pretty good for Violet River though. Infernape comes in. We're gonna reveal Scarf this turn by going for a U-turn on Starmie. Bronzong makes an entry point, but recovers Starmie, able to shrug that off, no problem. The problem with Bronzong is it's always a free Clefable. Right, Clefable actually takes no damage from anything Bronzong can do. Get a soft build for free, does nothing. And now you can just go for like a knockoff or a seismic toss, and eventually... Oh, this doesn't even have knockoff. It's a protect, seismic toss, rocks, soft build. So, gonna protect on the Regirock. Gonna see a Stone Edge. And now we just go Starmie, I guess? Oh, it misses the Stone Edge. That's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know if Starmie died to that. I think it probably did. But now you spin away the rocks. I don't know how valuable that is. But Arrow does come in on the Bronzong Gyro Ball. It only takes 67? Goes for a Protect on the next Gyro Ball. There's only one Gyro Ball left. Goes for the Roost. And the Gyro Ball doesn't kill the Arrow. And now we're all out of Gyro Balls. And it's Roost, Sub-Protect, Arrow. So really hard PP stall strategy. What's the last move? That's the question. You can sub on this Bronzong for free. So how are we breaking this Arrow? In Sand, it does get the Spadef boost, but pretty much everything left is physical anyways, so there is that. It looks like it's physically defensive, though. Taking that little from Gyro Ball, like, you'd expect that to just do 100, but here it is, not even killing from 68%. And it looks like we can just protect sub until we're out of paybacks. Not really a whole lot Violet River can do about this at the moment. Now Infernape's going to come in, save the last payback, but with Sand Chip, you can just protect as Arrow and sub as, like this U-turn comes out, but you can just sub, right? If U-turn breaks sub, you just get a fresh one. Now Regirock in on the Whirlwind. Okay, so now Arrow is unprotected by a sub. Goes for Protect, scouts the lock, it's going to be CC. Can you PP stall this CC? So it's 49. That does nothing. And now you can literally sub. Because now you can protect on the last CC. You can even Roost if you want. Roost is probably better. Because it covers the switch to Regirock. Didn't get it. But like, at the end of the day, this is still PP stalling Regirock too. We're gonna run out of protects eventually. 6 left, 10 substitutes. But Roost's back up to basically full. We run out of superpowers. If this is banded Regirock, it now has to struggle. We see a sub. Do we see Stone Edge? It's struggle. It's banded Regirock. And it goes down immediately. This Arrow might just Thanos snap the whole team. Gonna protect on the Infernape. Put it in range of rocks, 2 more turns of sand, and now it's just a sub and a protect. Or just a sub, right? The Flare Blitz recoil and sand will do it. Bronzong Hardwalled, Venusaur. I mean, it just gets whirlwinded, right? This Arrow's a demon? Yeah, this is crazy. Who comes up with this? That's what I want to know. And it looks like one more Whirlwind should seal the game, because when Venusaur comes in again, it'll just die to sand. At this point, I think you just Whirlwind raw. You could sub, it makes no difference at this point. Just Whirlwind. And now the Venusaur's dead. The Zong has no attacking moves. You could just go Clefable and Seismic Toss 3 times. Maybe 4 times, maybe 5, I don't know. But yeah, game's over. And clean. With a clean win with Aerodactyl. That was crazy. Like, how do you come up with this set? I guess, like, you look at it like Gyro Ball, low PP move, Regirock, low PP moves, Close Combat Infernape, low PP. It seems like kind of reasonable. And then you have Whirlwind for like a setup lax. Feels like a really good set, actually. So that's going to be 1-1 in the series as we move on to Game 3. I have 48 versus Alex Centauri. 2 players really well known in the DPP, or not DPP, black-white draft community. Let me get this off the screen. Bang. Alright. So Game 3, 1-1. Alright. Akira mirror, but only one of them is black. The other one is white. And we have Infernape versus Starmie again. So similar to last game. I feel like I'd rather be Alex Centauri in this matchup. The Kyurem looks really, really good. Whereas on the other side, the Kyurem has to deal with a P2 that could potentially come in on it. You kind of have to outrage to get through that. 3 black, white, Kyurem, white. Yeah, it's just regular Kyurem. True. What's all with these Starmie drill cores stealing all the spinners? Yeah, that's kind of like kind of greedy, right? Okay, double spin to support your Kyurem makes a lot of sense. Pretty useful into stuff like the Ferrothorn, right? Something able to easily set up hazards. But okay, this Kyurem probably going to be Ice Beam, Earth Power, HP Ice, and Draco. Maybe a Scarf Kyurem. Looks really, really scary from 48's side. Like, what are you even supposed to do about a Scarf Kyurem? I don't really know. Alright, good night. See you later. Thanks for joining. Yeah, the Kyurem looks like Thanos. Oh my god. The P2 defensively is hard to break. You have to go into Infernape really to break it. But outside of that, it looks really hard to remove from the field with like a download boost, and you get a special attack boost versus a lot of these guys. So P2 looks really scary. Yeah, I think I like Alex Centauri's matchup here. Let's look at it. Ferrothorn leads off into the Raikou. Could be HP Fire, so we're going to scout that by going Donphan. And it is Sub Raikou, another Sub Pressure Mon. This time without leftovers, just going to Toxic the Donphan. It's weird seeing Sub Toxic with no leftovers, and it looks like it is HP Fire, judging that it's not super effective on Donphan. Now Kyurem's just going to come in. I don't like taking this hit on Kyurem. Like, if an Earthquake came out there, that looked really bad. But Drapion comes in instead, and we're going to go for a Focus Blast, which does not connect on the Ferrothorn. Stays in for the next... We sack our Kyurem? That cannot be right. Okay. So Thanos is dead. Thanos has been slain, and he got 50% on Ferrothorn. Cool. Awesome, love that. So what's our offense now? How do we expect to win the game? Maybe Excadrill is like pretty good offensively, but they're still like... I guess with Donphan chipped, yeah, Excadrill is pretty good. I don't know, that just felt weird to me. Okay, Thanos is in. The Electros. Okay. Does have access to fire moves, so Ferrothorn going to switch out into the Kyurem Black as Coil comes out. But this should be packing like Earth Power in this matchup. Instead, just going to go for a Banded Outrage. Never mind. So Banded Outrage, just going to Oko or Tuakio the entire roster. Drill comes in. This is going to take like 65 probably. 75, even more than I thought. Is this Scarf Drill? We're not going to stay in to find out. And as rocks go up. But Donphan really doesn't mind. You can just spin, whatever. Yeah, as Starmie comes in, going to trade spins, it looks like. Or we're just going to trick the Donphan. A ring target. Okay. So we want to be... we want to T-bolt it with a Raikou? What was the ring target even for? Okay, sure. Infernape reveals Scarf here. Just going to U-turn, no problem. Archeop's in, but P2 can come in on this pretty comfortably. It's not download. So, Analytic, looks like. And T-Spikes go up, but T-Spikes aren't important. Like, the important stuff is either already on the field or immune. So, P2 going to 2-hit KO with Analytic Tri-Attack, but with the defense drop, this Banded Outrage is going to claim something, and it's going to be Raikou. You want to either trick the Drapion for Psychic Spam or the bench Jellicent to spin. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't know the Jellicent was on the bench. So you trick a ring target and then you can spin on Jellicent. It's funny. But also, can we not just T-bolt the Jellicent? Anyways, Drill in. Is outspeeding the Kyurem Black. Goes for a rapid spin. Gets rid of the T-Spikes. So now we're betting it all on P2 into a Banded Outrage Kyurem Black that feels a little bit hopeful, right? I mean, even Infernape coming in here is like really not good. Outrage isn't gonna kill. Okay, we can recover. That's doing less than I thought. Okay, that's doing more now. We have to get a full confuse here. That's like non-negotiable, and we don't get it. Maybe full confuse here on a coil turn? No. But Kyurem is just gonna hit another outrage, and that's gonna be the game. Yeah, this felt a little bit strange in the early game from Alex, I'm not gonna lie. But 48, I mean, he played well. Getting the Kyurem plenty of turns to hit things is like always good. Yeah. Nothing really else to say. The T-spikes are really impactful. Forces the drill to spin instead of kill something, which ended up being exactly what you needed. So 48 with the win. And that's going to be... the Plunder is up 2-1 going into game 4. And we see a Minior. That's something very rare. Like, when's the last time you saw a Minior in draft? I can tell you when my last time I saw it was, and that was a YouTube short. Some guy in a draft league won with Minior at lead in an Ubers league. And the game was so fast, like it was over in 7 turns, that he just uploaded as a YouTube short instead of a full video, and that was super funny. But yeah. Minior jump scare. Many are saying this. Alright, so we see Iron Valiant Ting Lu. This team is actually undefeated though with Castelia. This is the only Valiant team with a win. Whereas on the other side, Agent Flame with this like offensive build. This is like similar to the Meow Keld structures, but you have Roaring Moon instead of the Meow as like your fast speed control U-turn guy knockoff. It's actually not too bad. And then you have the spinner, right? You have your fast guy, Deoxys speed. I mean, pretty reasonable teams on both sides. Steven is ping his Discord role on when plugging it in the Discord. Oh, true. Yeah. Alright, let's look at the Terra types. So, it's going to be Water Goldango, which we've actually seen a lot of in this tournament so far. Water Goldango, like we've seen 2 teams with Terra Goldango, and we've seen Terra Water a lot, which makes sense. Like, Water, a good defensive typing versus a lot of things that are supposed to beat Goldango. Good neutral stuff. And then you see Terra Bug on the Mew is the other option. Now, on the other side, we see Terra Flying on the Keldeo and the Minior. And it's Terra Electric on the Fezandipity. That's interesting enough. So flying on the Keldeo's... what is that even for? I guess you want to have the super effective move into Iron Valiant, which only makes sense if you're Scarf. But Scarf Keldeo does seem pretty reasonable as well, just checking DD Mew, checking, Cinderace, which Cinderace is a big-ass threat. So I do expect Scarf Keldeo here. What else? What else can we look at? I don't know, like the Valiant should be like Psyshock here for the Fez, maybe Swords Dance and Headbutt. Regardless, it might be Pyappa on the Fez, which is something to keep in mind. Just look at the game. Alright, Braviary gonna lead off into the Iron Treads. This is like good for the Treads. But Balloon Cinderace is able to pivot in on any move that the Treads wants to go for. But HJK gonna come out, doesn't kill the Treads, activates Weakness Policy, and an Earthquake is gonna knock out the biggest threat to Agent Flame's team. So that is a great start from the Treads. Exactly what you wanted. It's probably EV'd for that, like Pyro Ball or HJK. Yeah, really nice opening. That trade is fantastic for Agent Flame. Now, Valiant hits the field. You could go Fez, but I think a Psyshock is pretty safe as the Valiant, so probably not. Just gonna go for a close combat. Sure, fair enough. Sack is totally reasonable. Life Orb Valiant, okay. And now Fez comes in. Could just go for a U-turn because Goldango is pretty obvious, but instead we're gonna play rough. And we Swords Dance on Goldango, okay. But we just die to Make It Rain. And it's not even like booster item. I don't know why we're Swords Dancing if we just can't live a Make It Rain. Magic Trick. What else were you supposed to do though? Any switch-in kind of loses if you just Terra Water, right? If Keldeo comes in on the Make It Rain, you just Terra Water the next turn on your Goldango. you nasty plot up, and then like the game becomes really hard for Agent Flame. Maybe it's not that bad, but still. Yeah, it just goes down. The vision there was like you sword stance and then potentially like, I don't know, maybe go for a beat up, but you still have one Mon dead. Maybe beat up at +2 is able to force the Terra. I'm not too sure what the plan was there, but regardless, the plan didn't work. Valiant is once again on the field. This time you don't have a Fez. Alright, so Keldeo comes in, just goes for a Surf. Is a 4-hit KO on Braviary. Is that like AV or just max Spadef? Okay, it's a Rest Chesto Keldeo. It's not Scarf. Interesting. I'm gonna just Air Slash. We do not flinch the Braviary, and it just goes down. Okay, awesome Keldeo. This is looking over at this point. Roaring Moon comes in, you just Terra Water, or you could go Tinglu. That works too. Goes for a sub, but like this should just be Whirlwind. Acrobatics is 21%. That is disgusting damage. Just gonna Earthquake instead. May as well. Knock off the Rocky Helmet. But yeah, Ruination. Gonna bring this thing very low. And an Earthquake should finish it off. Now, Earthquake Ruination there means this probably doesn't have Whirlwind, right? You would have Whirlwind the Roaring Moon behind a sub? Or would you? Maybe you just Earthquake and kill something. Okay, Deoxys comes in on the Tinglu. Could be weakness policy on a Throat Chop kind of idea. Or Payback. Goes for an Energy Ball. Doesn't kill the Tinglu, actually. But Earthquake is going to avoid any weakness policy shenanigans. Goes for a Cosmic Power, making me even more believe this is probably weakness policy. But goes for a Recover, able to stay healthy. And Whirlwind does come out, so does end up having Whirlwind. But Shell Smash Minior is going to just click it. And if you Whirlwind, you're just going back to Deoxys and you can Cosmic Power. Eventually the Tinglu's going to run out of Whirlwinds. Like, one of these guys has pressure. And every Ruination can be matched by a Recover, right? So it looks like Flame's just going to spam setup moves until Castelia decides to do something different. So I think we're just going to skip ahead here. Every Ruination is met by a Recover. Oh, another Cosmic Power. That feels wrong. I should just Recover there for sure. Another Shell Smash, another Cosmic, another Recover. Okay, this time Goldango comes in on the Shell Smash. Can Goldango live one? I mean, it probably should, right? This isn't the form on the Minior. Even a crit doesn't kill is crazy. Okay, Make It Rain, you're -1, but Deoxys is too low. You can't Cosmic on this. Goes for a Recover, but Shadow Ball's coming out. And that just does way too much damage. Goldango's going to go down, but at this point, Valiant Vacuum Wave is going to pick it off. Or Shadow Sneak, that works too. That's going to be the game. Really well played from Castelia. I feel like that endgame probably should have had something to do from Ancient Flame's side. Like, that looked like a pretty precarious situation with like the Cosmic Powers and stuff. I feel like that was probably not too bad. I wonder if into the Tinglu you just always go into Deoxys. You don't even bother Shell Smashing. Because that's what allowed the opening to Goldango. But maybe if you just go Deoxys, then enough Earthquakes and Ruinations, you'll run out of Recovers. That's a real possibility as well. I don't know. Well, Castelia ended up winning. Well played. And now we move on to Game 5. And now the series is, what, 3-1 for the Plunderers? Looking pretty good so far. Alright, Hydra versus Panda. That's going to be double A if you know him by that. Nick6564. And it looks like two very offensive-looking Swish drafts. I say that Hydra's team is definitely capable defensively, but you got some big-ass threats on there as well. Panda definitely more on the offensive side with, you know, a couple pivots being Lando T and Corv. Sylveon could be run offensive. And I know Panda loves offensive builds, so I would expect something offensive here. That is you. Yes. Alright. Looking at it, I do like Lele a lot this game. Lele looks really strong if you're able to T-Bolt the Corv one time. Use that Corviknight as a Cinderace entry point. Cinderace also looks really good. I feel like Cinderace always looks good, right? Just a good Pokemon. Pyro Ball U-turn. Kind of hits the whole team. Gunk Shot for the Sylveon. Defensively beats Sylveon as well. Defensively checks Kyurem as well. Like, this Cinderace is really good. Should be able to force chip on the Lando T or the Starmie. Obviously, no Druddigon was nice, but I know it was Panda, so he's going to be some Unga Bunga offense in that case. Oh, no Druddigon. Okay, that really opens up the Cinderace. Yeah. On the other side, this Kyurem is pretty scary, right? Blastoise just gets freeze-dried. The Lele can get Icicle Speared. Does it get Icicle Spear this gen? I feel like that's a Gen 9 thing, right? Or maybe it got Spear but not Dragon Dance? I don't know. Does it have Spear this gen? That's this gen, okay. It does get Spear. Yeah, I thought so, but I was second guessing myself. Yeah, it gets a... No, that's right, yeah, because this is the gen they banned Kyurem Black, right? Yeah. Okay. How are we beating Kyurem? Just Cinderace, right? It does look scary. Yeah, a little bit of an offensively minded game. Both sides have good threats. So Blastoise can lead off into Kyurem. Could be a threat of Mirror Coat. But Panda doesn't care. He just goes for a freeze dry. But AV Pangoro eats that up for breakfast. And just gonna knock off the Sylveon. Does a lot of damage. I would expect this Sylveon to be faster in that case. But it's an entry point for Cinderace. That is an offensive Sylveon for sure. And yeah, this is going to force chip on the Lando. A U-turn, I don't know if I love that. I probably would have liked a Pyro Ball there. Get some more sticking damage on the Lando. Because now, Stoice coming in is not really a high reward. Because Kyurem can just come in on it. And now you're back to the turn 1 sequence. But you've taken chip on your Cinderace and Pangoro. Like, he's taken chip on his Sylveon, but that's really not as bad. And there's the Mirror Coat. And this time, Panda plays around it. So, Wake Up is crazy. Corviknight comes in, trying to catch the Pangoro, and does so successfully. U-turns on this Skarm, breaks the Starry in exchange for a helmet hit. Sylveon in is interesting. You expect like a Mystical Fire here, but instead just goes for Hyper Voice. And now we're in Blaze range. Something's going to drop. It's going to be the Sylveon. Now Kyurem in, but does this live a Pyro Ball from Blaze? It's going to do a lot of damage. Why no U-turn? Is this like banded Cinderace? It did 8 to Lando with U-turn. I don't know if that's banded. I feel like that's probably not banded, right? Because then you're saying non-banded does 5, and that doesn't sound right. Is this Scarf Cinderace? Otherwise, you should always U-turn if you're not staying in. You're scouting Scarf. It switched moves, right? I guess it didn't. No, it didn't. No, because he doubled. He didn't freeze dry. No, you're right. All right, there's the Ice Beam, knocks off the Scarf. So yeah, you actually call that right. Ice Beam's going to knock out this, but this is another Cinderace entry point and another KO with Pyro Ball. Unless this is Scarf Lando, right? Yeah, 62%. So Lando switches out. So that's Scarf Lando, you see that? Both switched, but the Lando switched first, so that confirms it's Scarf Lando. Now he gets Kyurem in on the Skarm, which was always coming in there. Big Ice Beam chip, but Body Press is gonna, end the reign of Kyurem. But it's gotten some good chip in the meantime. Now Starmie finds an entry point, and Starmie is a little bit hard to switch into with Blastoise poisoned at 81. Might have to just sack the Skarm, but that opens up like a Scarf EQ endgame, so probably not, right? Probably just go Blastoise. Yeah, just sack off the Blastoise. Oh, Cosmic Power. This is going to be annoying to break. Do you have Toxic Blastoise? That's the only way this gets done. You don't have Toxic Blastoise. It's going to be flip turn into Lele. This is looking a little bit dire. We see a Scald, only just 21%, and Calm Mind. Going to match the boosts, okay? Leftovers Lele, so the Starmie's not going to 1v1 that. Panda recognized that. Goes hard into Lando, but this is the turn Iron Defense gets clicked, and now Explosion does 56, does nothing, and Draining Kiss Double Dance Lele is fully set up. I see Lycanroc Dusk. This could carry Iron Head, which is the scary thing. Do we see a Skarm come in? Because if you lose this, it might be hard to break the Starmie. But at this point, at 41, I don't think you 1v1 the Starmie if it has a Cosmic advantage on you. We see an Iron Head. It actually just kills the Lele. I don't know about that. Just like going Skarm could have been reasonable, but again, like the Starmie coming in on Skarm and setting up is scary for sure. Chomp comes in, takes an Iron Head, does a lot of damage. And Swords Dance is the next Iron Head. Oh, it's leftovers, so it's gonna live the next one. Can go for a Scale Shot if no flinch, and there is no flinch. The Corv is very healthy though. It's gonna be able to check the Garchomp. It's gonna take a big hit in the meantime. Yeah, Corv. Oh, a flinch. Man. And now this Chomp is just gonna win, I think. But what happens if it doesn't flinch there? Corv kills the Chomp for sure. Gonna die to the Rough Skin. And then you have Starmie in. You probably just go Cinderace and you Pyro Ball. Is that your play? I feel like that probably 2-hit KOs Starmie. Maybe not though. If it doesn't, Starmie's just gonna win. You can't U-turn to anything because it just allows a free recover next turn. And then Cosmic is just gonna win. So, yeah, Justice, I guess. And that's gonna be the game, right? +2 Chomp should just... I was gonna say Earthquake the Starmie, but we're gonna Scale Shot for the love of the game. Sure. Do you not have Earthquake? That feels strange. Maybe it's Rock's last. That would make a little bit of sense. Is Aqua Tail for Lando? So our move for Sylveon is Aqua Tail? That doesn't sound right. But okay, it won the game. So Hydra is on the Plunderers. So they've actually guaranteed a draw at this point. It's now 4-1. Can you believe that? 4-1 against the Raging Bolts. The Ragey Bolts. And now we have Rai versus Dawn Mist. Now Rai, one of the best ORAS players in the world, really consistent results recently, has won the ORAS Cup, had a really fantastic DCL season if I remember correctly. Like, this guy is just firing on all cylinders right now. He's up against Dawn Mist, a very creative player. Usually like, team building is the way that Dawn Mist will win the game. So yeah, like Rai I think is the heavy favorite going into this, and if Rai wins, they win the week, right? This is a big game. Let's look at it. So Mega Manectric looks like a really strong Pokemon if you're able to chip the Raikou. And Raikou, is Raikou a big threat? Not really. You can go to Lando on it, you can go Kyurem. If this is a shiny Raikou, it could carry Aura Sphere. That's something that I'm sure it'll be shiny anyways to cover for that. But if it's not shiny, you can always make that distinction that it's not Aura Sphere. Just a fun fact for the ORAS heads. Let's see, the Chomp is a big issue for Rai. I feel like Swords Dance Chomp does kind of just claim one if it gets a Swords Dance off. And even then, like, with a Yachi Berry, you're able to 1v1 Manectric quite comfortably. Infernape can't kill you. You're faster than Lando, faster than everything. So Garchomp looks really, really scary. Not Kyurem, the Weavile as well. Very fast offensive threat. At least you do have an Infernape for this. But look at something like pursuing the Mesprit. You pursue Mesprit, now there's like very few like ground answers, so your Garchomp becomes even better. Yeah, looks pretty scary for both sides, honestly. A lot of offensive threats. Kyurem Black is going to lead off into the Garchomp. So lead Kyurem, you'd expect this to be EV'd to take any hit from Garchomp, and it is. So Dragon Claw going to bring this down to Sash. And even after the Rough Skin, Kyurem Black hangs on. You go to Mesprit on the next Outrage is locked in. And Rocky Helmet is going to finish off the Garchomp. But now Weavile comes in. But Garchomp is down. Garchomp did not accomplish very much at all, which is kind of strange. I feel like there's definitely better uses for the Garchomp than that. But okay, you trade with the Kyurem Black at least. And then Weavile can come in, threatens a knockoff on pretty much everything. This is revealed not Culverberry. If Infernape wants to come in on a knock, are you okay with that? I feel like that's really good chip. Or you could just try to Pursuit the Mesprit, make sure it can't come in later and set rocks. That'd be pretty reasonable as well. We're going to see a Pursuit as Mesprit stays in, gets some Helmet Chip, and goes for Healing Wish. So now the Kyurem is back like he never left. And this is really scary for Dawn. Here, we're going to go for a Fusion Bolt as a mid-ground between, you know, Stay In, Blastoise, and Togekiss, and it also hits Jirachi for decent damage, but Dawn sees that, goes straight to Raikou on the Fusion Bolt. Really nice heads-up play there. Now it's just a Volt Switch, a little bit of chip, and we're going to go into the Togekiss covering for the Earth Power and the Dragon Claw. So really nice pivots from Dawn, and now Togekiss is threatening a Dazzling Gleam, going to go for it, and the Empoleon comes in. So Empoleon probably just going to set rocks as Blastoise comes in. This is Mega Blastoise, but Empoleon is very fast, goes for a Grass Knot, does big damage, but goes down to the Aura Sphere. You're going to see Manectric come in. No electric immunity, so probably just going to see a T-Bolt or a Volt Switch here as Raikou comes in, takes that T-Bolt, does 17, so it's probably a bulky Raikou. And now Lando going to come in, takes a Hyper Beam and does 26%. Alright, check that off your bingo card, huh? But okay. Hyper Beam into Lando, which is very clearly AV. And now a U-turn comes out, so he's trying to find a situation where Lando doesn't have to be on the field, because he's just going to get revenged by stuff like the Weavile, and he doesn't want to have that happen. So instead we're going to U-turn into Kyurem Black. Now Togekiss can come in, and Dazzling Gleam from Scarf Togekiss, it looks like, is going to trade pretty well with the Kyurem Black, but Kyurem has gotten 2 kills for itself. Now Weavile comes in, just going to go for Pursuit, make sure this Kyurem is dead. The U-turn did the same as the Hyper Beam. Yeah, kind of crazy, right? But now Manectric is looking like really scary. The only thing that can take a hit from Manectric is the Jirachi. So we're probably going to see just a Weavile sack here, and that is exactly what we see. And now it's like, how are we going to beat this Manectric? It can take one from Jirachi. Flamethrower twice is going to be a 2-hit KO. But I think Rai wants to guard against a Weakness Policy Jirachi, because Weakness Policy is the only way this Manectric is going to die to the Jirachi. So, yeah, we're going to see a T-Bolt. Gets a crit, which is kind of lucky, but Jirachi is going to go for a Trick Room. And now, do we have enough turns to win this game? We're going to see Lando come in, trying to just keep the HP, right? Because if Jirachi gets chip on the Manectric and goes down, then Blastoise sweeps with Water Pulse. You see that? But instead we see a Healing Wish into the Blastoise, and now Blastoise has access to an even stronger water move, Water Spout. Now, can Water Spout Oko Manectric? That's the question. We see Infernape. If we see like a Mach Punch or a Vacuum Wave here to weaken the power of Water Spout, then Manectric I think can just live and kill the Blastoise with T-Bolt. But we do not have Mach Punch. We don't have any priority on the Infernape. And that's going to be 2 kills for the Blastoise. 1 Trick Room turn remaining. Does it kill Manectric? And it does. So a crazy endgame from Dawn Midst. And that's why he's on the thumbnail, folks. Mega Blastoise with a Trick Room endgame. That was really... I feel like Rai played that pretty much as well as he could, right? It's just the one set in the entire world that can win the game. And Dawn, again, great team builder. And he has these surprise techs all the time. And here, it was enough to win the game. So now what's the series at? We are 4-2. 2 more games to go, and we have a DPP game. Let's go! Yeah, it was about as well as he could, and we got deeped anyways. Yeah, that's one of those things, like, it's not Rai's fault that he lost that. That was just a good game. You know what I mean? Okay, Watashi versus Bobbert. Let me get the matchup on screen. Here we go. Bang. Alright, what are we looking at here with leads? We have Blaziken versus Claydol. Interesting. Yeah, beautiful tech. Like, When that game happened, I was like, oh my god, I gotta show this to all of my friends, you know? It's just one of those games. Water Spout is exactly enough to kill Mega Man from full. Yeah, really cool tech. But okay, DPP. Pressure stall, yeah. This is a reference to the arrow. Oh. Oh. Right, Blaziken gonna lead off. Let me just switch sides so that the matchup doc is correct on the sides. Alright. So Claydol lead. Could be Rocks. Potentially frees up an offensive Trick Room Zong with like HP Fire, Explosion, Zen Headbutt. Does look like pretty strong, kind of. I mean, the Regirock is always going to wall that. But you have Venusaur, you have Kingdra, it's fine. Fun fact, Plunders now have 3 3-0 players. Yeah, this is true. You considered Raw Spouts or with Spin for Megastoice and Natdex, but with Trick Room, goated. Yeah, really fantastic stuff. Alright. So, Bobbert's team is like kind of a rain team with, you can like rain dance with Bronzong and get Kingdra in. You can also Sunny Day and have Infernape and Venusaur. So a lot of like manual weather techs that Bobbert can do. On the other side, Watashi just has like a pretty average looking DPP team. And that's not like an insult or anything. It's like, this is like what I expect when I think of DPP draft. You have your spinner, you have your U-turn guys, you have your big breaker guys. It's just a pretty good looking team. We're gonna see a Blaziken lead. Let's just look at the game. Rocks up immediately as Overheat comes out, does so much damage to the Claydol. I'm probably just going to see an Earthquake here, if I had to guess. A Light Screen instead, so Claydol sets a screen for what? Ambipom's going to come in on the Celebi. Okay. With Light Screen, this is pretty interesting. Can a U-turn on the Regirock into Rotom, can throw off a Will-O-Wisp, potentially, excuse me, but instead subs on the T-Wave. Really good stuff. Now you get the burn off, and now I don't think Regirock even breaks the sub necessarily. A Shadow Ball is going to 2-hit KO after the burn. Never mind, it doesn't. I wonder if you Wisp here. Oh, I wanted to see a Wisp there. Because as the Regirock user, if you Rock Slide there and break sub and die, then to a Shadow Ball plus burn, then the Rotom ends up not behind a screen. So, like, the obvious play is to Wisp. I guess Protect does the same thing, but Wisp would also cover a switch if Watashi also catches on to that sequence, which he did. He went hard Nidoqueen. Like, a Wisp would have been cooler. Protect, sure, fair enough, but now you can Wisp the Nidoqueen. This Rotom is, like, hard to break. Like, you can kind of just sub-protect on this Nidoqueen forever. Unless it's Roar, right? Like, expect to see a Protect here. Could see a T-Spike angle here, but with a Venusaur on the other side, probably not going to be bringing T-Spikes. And we're just going to sub-protect until Nidoqueen dies to burn, or is in range of Shadow Ball, looks like. So, some HP on Rotom, but this Nidoqueen is going to die. And this is pretty impactful for stuff like the Infernape for the Bronzong. Now, Bronzong is not really tasked with switching in on Nidoqueen anymore. You can preserve the HP for stuff like the Celebi for the Scizor, even the Regirock. So this is pretty nice. Now, probably going to see Blaziken on the Protect, which is exactly what we see. Another Protect just scouts what this Blaziken wants to do. It's going to be Flamethrower. Goes Kingdra. Okay, fair enough. 4 times resist. But Celebi should be coming in here. Yeah, pretty reasonable check to Kingdra. But Signal Beam on the switch, a critical hit. I have no idea if that mattered. But if it specs Kingdra, probably not, right? Really fantastic Signal Beam there. Catches the Celebi on the switch. And now, yeah, great play from Bobbert. Scizor is going to come in as the Revenge Killer. But Hydro Pump does so much damage. And goes for Pursuit, but that's not going to kill the Kingdra. Quick Attack is, though. So Scizor with Life Orb is going to be at 1%. Dead to a Fake Out from Ambipom. So Ambipom gets the job done. Now Blaziken comes in. Does this live a return? I guess it does. Oh, a double to Star... Whoa. I was gonna say a free spin, but doesn't want to spin into Rotom. Instead just surfs for the guaranteed damage. Now Bronzong comes in, goes for a Trick Room. Kind of like we were saying, the Rock's Claydol enables this offensive Trick Room Bronzong, but with Sub Starmie able to stall out the turns, this Bronzong looks like it's not going to get a whole lot of anything done. Another Signal Beam, but another Recover, and Starmie will die, but it's on the last turn of Trick Room. I wonder if you, I was going to say, I wonder if you just attack with Zen Headbutt or something to enable another Trick Room set on the Starmie, but you probably just run into the same problem where Sub and Recover is enough to stall it out. Regardless, Blaziken pivots in, but it's Heat Proof Bronzong. Can you set up another round of Trick Room? You can. Okay, Starmie in. Do we call this? No, we don't. Okay, it's just full special. Psychic, Signal Beam. Switch to Blaziken on... Oh, he calls it with a double Psychic. Really nice stuff. Now, Nidoqueen in it. You just Psychic forever now. Oh, Custap Berry. Catches the Bronzong. That's really big, guys. That Bronzong was going to claim 2 more kills, but now it's dead. Ambipom, though, still a major threat here. Can fake out the Nidoqueen, stall out your own Trick Room. Regirock, no way Regirock lives, right? Gonna go Starmie on U-turn. Now this is over. Bobbert has won. Yeah, crazy stuff. And that's going to be the game. So Bobbert wins, and that's going to bring the series to what? 4-3? Yeah, 4-3 as we go into Game 8. And it's going to be Sage versus Helom. 2 great players. So this should be a good one. Alright, so series deciding game here. This will decide if Plunders win or if it is a draw. So Helom needs to win for a draw, and Sage needs to win for a series win. Alright. This isn't my Blaziken. So true. Alright. So looking at this team, it's like pretty obvious what this team wants to do. It wants to set screens and win the game, right? You have screens Serp. I think there's another screen setter on this roster, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Fezandipity can set screens, I think. Maybe I'm just lying, but I'm pretty sure it can. So you have screen setters, and you have stuff like Quavel with Terra. You have Iron Crown with Terra. 2 really diverse setup threats. And then obviously Darkrai, Garchomp, no slouches. Fez only has Light Screen. Oh, interesting. But still, like, Serp fits a team like this very well. It's like one of the best uses of Serp in SV. But okay. Looking at this, this is Terra Electric on the Quaquaval and Terra Steel on the Iron Crown. So interesting stuff. Electric obviously able to 1v1 the Zapdos and set up on it. That's like the whole point. But yeah, on the other side, it's going to be Terra Electric Weavile, Terra Steel Virizion, and is the Zapdos Terra as well? Let me check. The Zapdos is also Terra, so it's Terra Flying Zapdos, which is strange. On Zapdos, you would expect it to be something like Terra Ground, so you can take advantage of people running Terra Electric and do a lot. You also get Terra Blast coverage into those Terra Electrics and into the Iron Crown. But okay, Terra Flying, sure, you get your boost on Hurricane, fair enough. So get in the game. This is for all the marbles in the series. Cleaver leads off into Zapdos. Great lead for Helom. It looks to be Assault Vest from that damage. I'm just going to go for a Stone Axe, set up the rocks as Garchomp comes in. Do we see Helmet? No Helmet on the Garchomp. And it's just going to be rocks in exchange for some U-turn chip. Now Darkrai comes in, but you do have a full HP Primarina and a full HP Virizion. So this Darkrai should not be claiming a kill anytime soon. And it's going to be Nightshade actually for the consistent chip into Prim. And protect for some leftovers in scouting. Alright. Another Nightshade, okay. Now to wrap in, I wonder if you just Nightshade this, or Will-O-Wisp, sure. Get some chip over time. Calm Mind to wrap, interesting. This is kind of scary if this is not AV Crown, which it looks like it isn't. And even if it is AV Crown, like, this is a scary situation to be in. A +1 Terrapagos is going to do a lot of damage to this Garchomp. 49, it looks like actually Spadef Garchomp. But regardless, it is a 2-hit KO. Another Starstorm is coming. Cleaver is going to get sacked off, so no more rocks for Helm in this game. And Terrapagos still is a threat you have to deal with. Quaquaval comes in, potentially threatening an Aqua Jet, and it is going to go for an Aqua Jet, knocks out the Terrapagos, gives a Maki boost, and now Virizion comes in. There's no fighting resist, so close combat is pretty free. Darkrai comes in and just goes down. And what's going to revenge? Superior? Probably just going to set a Reflect here, if I had to guess. And there it is, the Reflect. And Zapdos comes in, can fire off a Hurricane if you want to. And Garchomp is just going to go down to that. Yeah, now Crown in on the Zapdos. Could Calm Mind on this. We're going to see a Volt Switch, just get ahead of the boost, go into Primarina on the sack, it looks like. But a Calm Mind comes out, and yeah, Primarina goes down. Now, a few more Reflect turns, but Weavile comes in, goes for a knock, and with Reflect, you're not doing a lot of damage. Wait, is that... Yeah, it was Booster Energy, so knock doesn't even get full damage. And with Agility, like, this Crown is looking very scary. Zapdos should be able to live 1. Keyword 1. And it actually does knock it out with a Volt Switch. So, crisis averted. But the Quaquaval is still a looming threat. Like, with Terra Electric, it should be able to take anyone hit. And you don't have anything faster than Superior to prevent the Reflect from going up. So this is definitely scary. The Superior comes in and it's going to go for Reflect here. Actually, just goes for a Leaf Storm. Why not just win with Superior? But now, Virizion in. Going to go for a Leaf Storm again. Mirror Herb copies the special attack boost. So Mirror Herb there is to prevent Quaquaval from just Aqua Step into follow-up, right? Or like a Garchomp Scale Shot, stuff like Crown with the Agility. You can like match those with the Mirror Herb. But Trailblaze Close Combat, you're going to see Sword Stance for sure on this Virizion. You live one more Leaf Storm. What I'm curious about is why are we not reflecting as Superior? Because now you have to stare down this Virizion. Goes for another Trailblaze. I think that's probably a misclick, right? Regardless, this is close combat range. Oh, the Quaquaval, it's now Aqua Jet range is the problem. Goes for Terra Electric Aqua Jet, and that's going to kill the Virizion. And it's going to kill the Zapdos as well. So not the way I would have done this endgame sequence as Helm, but he got across the line anyways, and that's going to be a draw in the series. Like, I'm thinking, like, here, why not just Reflect? Right, is that not just better always? Because then Quaquaval lives the Virizion hit, and you just win with CC into Aqua Jet. Right? That feels like a better play. But whatever. He won the game. And yeah, that's a draw in that series as well, as we move on to the final series, which is going to be the Flex Appeal versus Better Call Stall. Alright. Last series, and then we'll do a little bit of mid-season stuff. Some news, if you will. But yeah, this series first. Let me go ahead and get some water real quick, though. I'll be right back. All right. Take a look at the series. Alright, starting off we have Fac Luigi versus Fogbound Lake. So Fogbound is a Smogon player, but he's had I think going into this he's 1-0 and a pretty impressive game in week 2, I think it was. Whereas Fac Luigi is entering this game 2-0, so it should be a solid game. Now they have a pretty offensive team, right? You see this? A lot of setup threats, a lot of scary stuff, like the Terra Blaziken in particular. Terra Electric, really scary to deal with. The Darkrai is also pretty big. That's why we have the Virizion right there and the Terra Fairy Gholdengo. But yeah, just big scary threats, good hazards, solid offensive team. Whereas ours is much more like you have your bulk, but it's also you also hit strong, you know? The Terra types here, Electric Blaziken, you have Dark on the Gyarados. On the other side, we have Dark Weavile, Dark Virizion, and Fairy Gholdengo. Does the Morpeko have an office job? It might. He might have a 9 to 5. It's a very cool custom avatar. I like that one a lot. I didn't see this nickname in the game. That's really funny. That's a really cool Metagross nickname. I enjoy that quite a lot. Okay, Zapdos into Metagross lead. So this is like a situation where Garchomp could definitely come in on the Heat Wave. So Fac Luigi is just going to go for a Hurricane as rocks go up, but this time Garchomp does come in on the next Hurricane, which does unfortunately miss. And now we're just going to go Great Tusk. We want to spin away any spikes that are set up, and Stone Edge is coming out. So it should be a free spin as Swords Dance comes out, but we are protective pads, so Rough Skin doesn't matter. We go for an Ice Spinner, does a lot of damage to this Garchomp. And Earthquake does not kill Tusk. So another Ice Spinner could knock it out. Fac is going to go for a mid-ground of Headlong Rush, but Fogbound just goes into Gyarados, so covers the mid-ground there. And now a double back to Garchomp on the Zapdos, and we're just going to take that trade, Zapdos for the Garchomp there. So Garchomp got a lot done. Got Chip on the Zapdos, Chip on the Great Tusk, and now Darkrai gets a free entry point. And now it's a pretty free Ice Beam click, because it's really hard to switch to anything besides Virizion here. And it also would kill the Zapdos. So here's the Ice Beam. It reveals from that damage to be Specs, I think? Yeah, 58 to our Virizion, I think is Specs Darkrai. Am I wrong on that? It might not be. I think it is, though. Anyways, Virizion is going to go for a close combat as Fogbound scouts for the Scarf Virizion. And now Gyarados is able to come in, potentially for a Dragon Dance, but instead doubles to Tentacruel on the Weavile. Now Gholdengo comes in on the Gunk Shot, and this is able to potentially Nasty Plot up versus the Tentacruel. And exactly what it does. Now Gyarados is going to come in on the Shadow Ball, but this is a very clear 2-hit KO. And Fac goes for the Terra here, but turns out the Gyarados is just slower anyways. So didn't need to Terra there, and that might be a problem later. Having the option to stay a Steel type is pretty useful into the Tentacruel and the Metagross. But now Darkrai has a pretty free Sludge Bomb, right? The Sludge Bomb resist is at 26. So Sludge Bomb is pretty free here. And so we're going to sack the Great Tusk. It doesn't have too much use anymore. And Darkrai is just going to Sludge Bomb for the 2-hit KO. And Virizion in is free to just go for another close combat, as Tentacruel doesn't take very much from that at all. And now what would be scary here is like a double to Darkrai, but Weavile does kind of cover that. But Gunk Shot is a 2-hit KO, so a knockoff here is going to do a lot of damage to the Tentacruel, but it's not going to kill. So a Rapid Spin here, but we're actually Scarf Weavile, so you get even more chip on the Tentacruel for free. Now Zap should live a Gunk Shot, so can go for a Roost here, but Darkrai uses it as an entry point and is going to go for a Specs Ice Beam. Does a lot of damage, but going to take some chip in return. So now Darkrai is in range of our Deoxys, for example. Another close combat, and this time gonna claim a kill on the Tentacruel. So Blaziken in, just another close combat, gonna do 69 to the Blaziken, revealing this is actually quite a bulky Blaziken. And Blaziken is gonna go for Flame, knocks out a Virizion, and now it's like a Deoxys endgame. We have the E-Speed for this Blaziken at +2 speed. E-Speed with Life Orb should knock it out, but Fogbound makes a really nice read, goes into the Metagross on the E-Speed. It's still out of range of knockoff at this range, so we're going to sack Zapdos and then go into Goldango, trying to force this to take more damage. Shadow Ball comes out, but Blaziken actually lives that, which is insane. And now Goldango able to recover up, but this Blaziken is going to be able to force Chip on the Goldango, and then the follow-up Darkrai is going to be able to lock Sludge Bomb and get a KO guaranteed, it looks like. Maybe not a KO, but either a KO on Gold or Big Chip on Deoxys. And so instead, Luigi's going to go hard Deoxys on the Flamethrower, threaten another E-Speed. And it looks like Darkrai's in range, Blaziken's in range. If Metagross comes in on this, and it does come in on E-Speed, it's probably in range of knockoff. But the thing is, we only have 3 Life Orb hits, so 2 more attacks now. So the thing is, Fogbound can kind of just sack Metagross, sack Blaziken, and then Darkrai might 1v1 the Goldango, but at 93, it might just live a Sludge Bomb from full, so this game is not over. And we see this is Stealth Rock Psychic Metagross, so probably not carrying Bullet Punch. Oh, never mind, it is carrying Bullet Punch. And so, yeah, the mixed Metagross with Bullet Punch, it looks like, is the tech that Fogbound needed. And now Goldango is not able to do it all. After a Bullet Punch, it's not going to be able to take the Sludge Bomb from Darkrai. So that's going to be the game. Like, to stay in that one, he would have to go hard Goldango Fairy on a Metagross that revealed Special. So probably not unreasonable to stay in and go for like a knockoff there. But that is going to be the game. Really well played from Fogbound Lake, all things considered. I think both sides played this one reasonably well. But Luigi did kind of just attack what's in front of him a lot of the time, and Fogbound did take advantage of that, able to dance around, get his threats in. The Darkrai got plenty of turns to click its moves. The Blaziken, a lot of turns. And yeah, obviously the Bullet Punch tech at the end was really fantastic. So, good game there. As we go on to Low QP versus A12. Blaziken's biggest contribution was to do 1% to a Goldango. Good job, Blaziken. Yeah, he's the GOAT though. Alright, Low QP, A12. A12 does have a Diggersby, so he does enter the field with plus 10,000 aura. This guy, Diggersby is his signature mod. He's been using it for like 8 years at this point, and yeah, he's not going to stop anytime soon. Alright, so Oras, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The Lando is a big threat. Really only Rotom can check it, but that same Rotom is also pressured by stuff like Deancey. Even Registeel, right? Starmie, and then obviously the Weavile is hard to switch in as well. Like the Conk can come in, but Conk is just a free Amoonguss. There's no Spore immunity, all that sort of thing. So Loki's team, I think, is quite strong in this matchup. Let's look at it right now. So Registeel lead into the Diggersby, but we are Balloon for this case. Iron Defense is up immediately, so that return into Earthquake is not a KO. And now we can just set up rocks for free, but Swords Dance Diggersby does come out, and we're just going to go for a Seismic Toss, get our chip, and go. But they return instead, trying to catch the Lando switch, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to sack our Registeel, get some chip on the Diggersby, put it in Deancey range. Your Starmie does come in, and because of Aura's mechanics, Loki does have to go for Protect for it to be safe. And so this does allow the Starmie in to just go for a free spin. Not really worth staying in to risk the DNC on like a Hydro Pump there. So just going to go into Amoonguss. But Dusknoir comes in on the Spore. And it's going to reveal it to be Sleep Talk Wisp, which is like a really scary set for us to face. Wisp is able to like punish the Weavile switch in. And yeah, Nightshade gives big damage into DNC. But now we can go for a Diamond Storm, and that is 77 to Rotom. Huge damage. And so from this, Loki thinks this might be Scarf. but goes for a Volt Switch. So he's thinking, okay, we can go Lando and just Earth Power, because it looks like Scarf Rotom, but in fact, it's not Scarf at all. It's AV. Look at that damage. How does Diamond Storm do 70s, whatever it was, and Sludge Wave doesn't kill? That's just insane, right? Regardless. Starmie does come in to revenge kill the DNC as our own Starmie comes in, but Dusknoir kind of locks this up. A nice double to DNC, and Diamond Storm does so much damage. Now this Dusknoir is like very low. Another Diamond Storm is going to bring this Diggersby down to like 1 HP. You can protect, scout for a Custap Berry or anything like that. But Quick Attack is not going to kill the DNC. You just go for a Moonblast, guaranteed KO. But now, the DNC is in range of like the Conkeldurr, Mach Punch. Starmie instead going to come in and Scald, but our own Starmie can come in. Now, Dusknoir's low HP, and our Starmie set is actually, it's Leftovers, Scald, but it is also, you'll see later, another Scald, another Scald. Finally gets the burn, but Guard comes in on the Recover. Alright, we don't reveal it quite yet, but Scald Recover, and Amoonguss comes in. On this Gardevoir, Hyper Voice, we are Pyapa Berry, but after the burn and that like Hyper Voice damage, it's not going to be enough. Just goes down. But now Diancie comes in, and Diamond Storm from like, this is max attack Diancie. Depending on the Gardevoir spread, it would just knock it out. I think it needs defense investment, and judging from the Hyper Voice damage, it probably didn't have too much, if any. But we actually missed the Diamond Storm, which is really unfortunate. Diancie goes down for nothing. And then Weavile comes in. Go for an Icicle Crash and also miss into the Gardevoir. So 252 evasion, Gardevoir, pretty scary. But now Starmie comes in, and you're going to see the game is not over. Hyper Voice only does half, and we get a second Cosmic Power Up. So now Gardevoir only doing 40, which is still a lot, but without any crits. Okay, a Will-O-Wisp is pretty annoying. The chip over time, really dangerous for a set like this. But now we have another Cosmic Power. Hyper Voice only doing 31. This is a Mega Guard and Oras. There's another Recover. And we're Scald and T-Bolt because there's a Skarm on the bench. But here, another Cosmic Power. He said this was a misclick. The problem with this is even if you are able to get like +6 in front of the guard and never get crit, the Dusknoir is Sleep Talk, Wisp, Nightshade, and at 21% it actually lives the Scald, which is ridiculous. But I think Dusknoir still had this game because you don't actually break it with the Starmie. But still, a little bit unlucky with the Diancie turn, and that's going to be the game. So we're down 2-0 up against Better Call Saul, and now we have Nala versus Mind Gaming. This is going to be a Terra Flying Keldeo, a Terra Steel Hydreigon, and a Terra Ice on the Toxicroak. You know, snipe that Gliscor, you know what I'm saying? On the other side, it's going to be Fairy Zarude. Pretty simple. Fairy Zarude in this team is like pretty scary, right? Knockoff plus Terra Blast kind of covers the whole team. You have like limited defensive resources, being Lando, really. And then you're offensively like checking it with like Toxicroak, Metagross, maybe with a Scarf, but Scarf Metagross is really poor into Aloe, Gliscor, Scizor, right? So a little bit of a tough matchup. And let's just look at the game. So Keldeo going to lead off into the Gliscor. It's going to force it out immediately into the Aloe Momola as you just hit the raw Calm Mind. Could Calm Mind again on the Aloe, as it's just a flip turn into Zarude. But Zarude has a trick up its sleeve. It's going to Terra Fairy, Terra Flying happens, and it's going to be Encore. And it looks to be Scarf Encore, because it's faster than our Keldeo. So that's kind of scary. So threat averted for Mind Gaming. So Scizor's going to come in, and the Landorus comes in. So this should be free rocks, right? Yeah, rocks go up as Tarap hits the field. And we go for Bulldoze. This is so that after a spin, Terapagos doesn't end up faster than anything. But just going to Bulldoze again, get some chip. But with Rocky Helmet, we're able to keep rocks up versus the Terapagos pretty comfortably. Yeah, so rocks stay up as Gliscor pivots into the next Bulldoze. And now, it's just a Toxic, but Orlando goes for Taunt, trying to be faster than Gliscor, but this is a faster Gliscor. And now it's just a free U-turn, I think, as Aloe comes in. Is this Rocky Helmet? And it is, so Orlando's basically dead. But this is a free entry point for Hydreigon. So Protect Aloe is going to scout out that it is in fact a Draco Meteor. So it could be a free Zarude here. And we're going to sack the Landorus, which probably is a mistake. You know those Zarude's coming in. You don't even get the Intimidate because you switch first. So probably could have just gone hard Toxicroak there. Okay, Toxicroak does come in eventually on the Zarude. And now you're going to see a U-turn from Scarf Zarude. Takes Rocky Helmet from the Toxicroak as Aloe comes in. As we Icy Wind, trying to catch the Gliscor. But Aloe able to comfortably take that. And here a Nasty Plot, I think this is also a mistake, because Aloe coming in on Toxicroak kind of signals that you're going to be Zen Headbutt. But Nala doesn't pick up on that, and instead Nasty Plot's in front of it, thinking you wall this, because, you know, flip turn protect, it should be Wish Play Rough, but the fact that it came in here, Zen Headbutt is going to happen. And it's going to take Helmet, but Croak takes a big hit. Now Gliscor pivots in on the Sludge Bomb. Really hard to click Icy Wind there. And now Gliscor, being faster than Orlando, is probably also faster than our Toxicroak. So make the switch into Keldeo, which is pretty reasonable. Keep the Sack Fodder. And now Aloe in on a Surf. But the problem is, you can't Calm Mind on this because of U-turn to the threat of Encore, right? So now Zarude comes in, but here, like, the Encore is already shown, and your Scarf Encore. So that could be kind of scary to give us a free switch into something like Hydreigon, right? If you're locked into Encore, something else is going to have to take a really big hit from Hydreigon. So Mind actually is going to go for a knockoff on this Keldeo instead. And we're going to stay in and go for a Surf. So this Zarude actually goes down. So aggressive play from Nala ends up working out, but the damage has been done. Scizor now, you know, can go for a Bullet Punch, is going to knock out the Keldeo. A Vacuum Wave for some chip in the meantime. So this is going to start opening up our Meowscarada endgame with Scizor taking that chip. Metagross comes in and goes for an Iron Defense. Now this Metagross, with Agility, Iron Defense, Body Press, is a pretty scary threat. The only problem is you can Wish Flip Turn into Terapagos and get the Shell back, which you're going to do a lot of damage with, I believe, a Flamethrower here. No, a Dark Pulse. Same thing, right? But we proc the Weakness Policy. And so now this is like an Omni Boost Metagross, right? You have a really strong Body Press. You have a really strong other attack. Could be Ice Punch for the Gliscor. Could be Meteor Mash as well. Both reasonable here. Okay, another Body Press is coming out into the Aloe. Now here, another Body Press could kill, so I think it's quite reasonable to go for like a Meteor Mash or Ice Punch trying to catch the Gliscor. But instead we Body Press again trying to catch the Aloe on the switch in, and now we're low enough where 2 Helmets will knock us out. So it's just an Aloe sack. So a little bit of an aggressive play from Nala ends up not working out. And the Aloe's going to trade with the Metagross. Alright, now Meowscarada in versus the Terapagos. So Aloe dead is actually pretty okay, but the problem is Terapagos is kind of a raid boss in this end game. Can't just go for the spin. It takes Helmet, but gets rid of the rocks, and crucially gets a speed boost. Now Scarf Meowscarada can come in and knock it out. But we have to lock into Flower Trick here, which is going to allow Scizor to do the thing where it Sword Stances and wins the game, I think. Yeah, Sword Stance, Scizor. The best set that it has in SV, Offensive Sword Stance, and you're going to see why. Just cleans up this endgame quite comfortably. And that's going to be us going down 3-0 to Better Call Stall. Not the greatest start to a series. A few misplays here from Nala. But Mind Gaming played this one quite spectacularly, I have to say. Getting a lot out of the Aloe, the Zen Headbutt, finding the target. The Scarf Encore Zarude being the, like, stopgap to Calm Mind Keldeo, which looked like it was just going to be Thanos in that early game. Like, outside of Scarf Encore, how else are you beating that? Didn't know Aloe got Zen. Must not be a Toxic Croak enjoyer. But yeah, really, really solid Scarf Encore. I think any other set, and this team is like 6-0'd by CM Keldeo at lead. Like, you saw that position. Alright, another Gen 4 game. Let me go ahead and get the matchup here on the screen. Right. Where is it? There it is. Alright, Mark Hunter moment. Yeah, so we have Glop in DPP. Now, we didn't pick Swish into them because they have Theo plus Craig, but they didn't pick Swish either. So Glop is free to do what he wants. So he's in DPP this week. And he's playing up against Eonfa. This guy, I know I've heard only good things about his old gen, specifically DPP and Black-White. So it should be a good game. Looking at it, I mean, look at the matchup. I don't know. Like, the Weavile is kind of scary if you can chip the Skarm, and Skarm is, like, really dead weight into, like, Zapdos. So, like, I don't know. It's like you can get your offense in as Glop, like, off the back of each other. And with Rocks up, that should be pretty scary. Right, Tentacruel, not the greatest spinner. A lot of things hit it for a lot of damage, like Earthquake, Blastoise, Psychic Mesprit. Even the defensive mons do like 80% to Tentacruel with their stab move a lot of the time. So that's going to be hard to get the spin off consistently. Yeah, I think you just play with Rocks up and you get a lot of offensive guys in. Look at the game. So Hariyama is going to lead off into Tyranitar, great lead for Glop. Gonna go for the Focus Punch immediately into the Skarm, saying you're not gonna stay in. Skarm does take 50% from that, and a Spike comes up as close combat, gonna do a lot of damage. Now, Brave Bird could come out. So we're gonna switch to Zapdos, and that's exactly what happens. So Brave Bird is gonna bring the Skarm down to 2%, call it Milk, and Zapdos is just gonna go for a U-turn. Catches the T-Tar switch, and Hariyama once again hits the field. Probably going to see a Skarm sack if I had to guess. Yeah, CC, Skarm goes down. So only one Spike, not the end of the world. Now Tentacruel comes in. Sludge Bomb is going to KO our Hariyama, so that's like an offensive Tentacruel, it looks like. Yeah, 43 to our Mesprit as well. Like, this is big damage from Tentacruel. But I think that might be Specs, right? How is he doing so much? So it can't spin on that turn. So these rocks are there to stay, and a really nice prediction with Grass Knot into the T-Tar from our Mesprit. Now Tentacruel, this Mesprit is in range of the Surf or the Sludge Bomb, so I'm just going to click Surf. Totally reasonable. Now Blastoise can come in. This is a spin opportunity as Primeape comes in, so you get rid of that Spike. Never mind, you Surf and actually 2-hit with a Primeape after Sand. So really nice from Glop, taking advantage of the fact that the Tentacruel has to switch there. Now an Earthquake, expecting a U-turn back into Tentacruel, but catches a Gengar instead, which is kind of tough. But now if Gengar attacks, it's going to put Blastoise into Torrent range. So Gengar kind of has to do something funny, and it's going to do that with Sunny Day. So it turns Blastoise into a wet noodle. Does give it leftovers though, so that's cool. And now actually there's no more sand for the rest of the game. So Citrus Zapdos is able to come in, and looks like T-Bolt is really scary, right? Primeape comes in. Why didn't we T-Bolt? Trying to expect the Piloswine in the back, or like Raikou to come in. Fair enough. But now Shaman comes in, and just gonna click Energy Ball and kill something. Gengar has the response, but Blastoise is still relatively healthy. It's gonna go down to 2 though. We have Aqua Jet. Oh, it's actually... Wait a minute. This is Heat Rock Gengar. So you have to assume it's Weather Ball Raikou in the back, right? Weather Ball Raikou looking like kind of a threat, right? Because the Zapdos is low. Our Shaman is going to get hit by Weather Ball Fire. And our last Pokemon, whether it's Steelix or Roselia or Weavile, all of them are hit by like a Scarf Weather Ball. So, yeah. Our last is Weavile. Yeah, it is. So Zapdos can come in and T-Bolt kill this Tentacruel. But I'm looking at, like, Gengar can come in, set up Sun again. And this Raikou might be able to just win the game with Weather Ball. Alright, Zapdos going to go down to the Poison. But Raikou's going to hit the field, yep. And Shaman in. Does Shaman live a Weather Ball? It's Scarf Shaman. Oh my god. So Scarf Shaman gets the chip that we need to put Raikou in range of Weavile. You're never running Scarf Raikou into Steelix? I mean, if your plan is to sweep with Weather Ball, you are. But regardless, the Raikou does go down to the combination of Earth Power and Ice Punch, and that's going to be the game. Glop ends up putting us on the board 1-3 in the week, 4 games to go. And now we have Theo versus Jake. Not a real game plan. I don't know, I feel like you chipped the Blastoise pretty comfortably with your Specs Tentacruel. I could see a Scarf Raikou. I don't think it's wrong. But okay. Jake versus Theo. Let's get this DPP off the screen. I freaking hate DPP. But yeah, Jake versus Theo. Theo known for these like fat teams. Jake, very flexible player. We have him in Usum this week. And yeah, he's using this team with like Mega Lopunny, Garchomp, some really big offensive threats. And Theo, like his Lopunny counterplay is either Rocky Helmet physically defensive Nidoqueen or Rocky Helmet like static or aftermath Electrode or Rocky Helmet Suicune or something like that. But going into this, we expected Nidoqueen to be the initial answer. What else, really? I mean, this is a really cool Garchomp set. It's like Lead Rockium, which is revealed in this game. This is like kind of Thanos, because it's like very fat, it lives any hit from anything, and does huge damage to everything. Let's look at the game. So Latios leads off. This is like the only thing that forces out our Garchomp at lead, so unlucky. But Metagross comes in, we're like Giga AV. It's Z Latios, but this is doing like no damage. We go for Pursuit. Only has 26 because we're so bulky. And this is also bulky Latios, it looks like. But Meteor Mash comes out, and that would have done so much damage. But unfortunately, we do miss. So that's unlucky. Would have been in Bullet Punch range for sure. But unlucky. Maybe it wouldn't. 20 from base 40, and Meteor Mash is 90 or 95. So, maybe it would have lived on like 1, but still. Unfortunate to miss. Now we see Suicune as the initial answer for Lopunny, not the Nidoqueen. So Lantern is able to come in on that with Water Absorb, and just go for a Volt Switch as Lottie comes in. Get some good chip on that, and Lopunny comes right back in. But this time Torn is going to be the pivot on return. Is this also Rocky Helmet? It is Rocky Helmet, so multiple Lopunny checks. Really need Rocks up to get Lopunny going. But a nice double to Lantern catches the Suicune. Also covers the Torn staying in. Another Volt Switch, another Lopunny turn. The helmet is racking up, but also Theo's taking a lot of damage on these guys. Low roll on return means that HJK is not going to KO, and Suicune gets the rest off. But now Mew hits the field, and this Mew set is really hard for Theo to stop. We see a Nasty Plot, and now Psychic is coming out. We synchronize the Toxic on a Torn. Does a lot of damage. And now what? Vacuum Wave knocks out the Torn. So Mew at +2, really hard to remove from the field. Latios comes in, but with Shadow Ball, we don't want to take that hit. We go hard to Lantern. This Psyshock does a lot of damage, but Latios does go down to the Ice Beam eventually. Now Nidoqueen in, goes for a T-Spike, takes big chip from the Ice Beam. But now Mew just goes to enter the field. Earthquake doing next to no damage. And we can just recover on this, but Nidoqueen reveals to be faster than Mew. This is like actually a NASCAR Nidoqueen, so it's not bulky at all actually. And now we Psychic into Sharpedo, which kind of sucks. Should be just a Lantern Sack at this point. With Rocks up, it's really dangerous to go hard Togekiss. Like the follow-up Ice Fang is going to be really annoying. Now Togekiss comes in, and Electro is a pretty safe pivot, so Defog does come out. Allows us to get rid of those T-Spikes and Rocks. But Electrode is actually sub-foul play, which breaks our Colbur Berry. But it is going to 1v1 this Mew with a Toxic applied. So, yeah, it's a little bit scary. Could see like a switch out there. They actually switch out into Sharpedo. Togekiss comes in on the crunch, but this looks like Ice Fang range, and that is Ice Fang. The 2 Rocky Helmets is important though. That's going to put it in +2 Vacuum Wave range from our Mew. Here, a nice double to Garchomp on the Sleeping Suicune enables us to go for a Swords Dance. Now, what does a Suicune pull with Sleep Talk? It's going to be an Ice Beam. Unlucky, but Garchomp does live that and can go for the Z move here. But Nidoqueen comes in, takes the Continental Crush to 61. But because this Nidoqueen is so fast, it's actually going to outspeed our Garchomp. So, a little bit punished for the aggro creep there. But Lopunny does come in, full HP Suicune. This game looks a little bit over until you see the Healing Wish into Mew, and now without a Toxic on it, this Mew could just win, right? The Suicune definitely can't beat the Mew 1v1. The Nidoqueen definitely can't beat the Mew 1v1. Sharpedo's in range of +2 Vacuum Wave, and Electrode's the only guy that can really do anything with like a Toxic. So we see Nidoqueen come in on the Nasty Plot. Is this also Toxic? Earthquake T-Spike's Toxic? Oh, and it is. So with that Toxic applied, this Electrode is going to be, just going to be sub, protect, whatever it wants to do. Zazo Chomp, Zazo Mew, yep. So unfortunately, very fast Nidoqueen puts us in a blender, and that's going to be the game, because now, with all this Toxic damage, we're not going to have enough time to kill everything. And Mew goes down. So that's going to be the game. Well played from Theo. Yeah, the fast Nidoqueen, very unexpected. And it actually won him the game, so credit where it's due. And so now it's looking dire, right? 1-4. We need to win out for a draw. But we have OG Albina to do the job versus OG Blitza. And this is a Megazard Y team that we've been finding quite fun to use. Always has a lot of options in every week, and this is no different. You saw it last week versus Berna. We saw Megazard Y get, I think, 5 kills, right? Yeah, I got 5 kills with Overheat. And here, you look at the fire resist, it's like Zygarde, which loses to follow-up HP Ice. It's Arrow, which tastes like 75 from Overheat, and everything else freaking dies. This guy's 11 points. Why? I don't get it, but we're gonna abuse it this season. Anyways, this is the team, and let's just get right into it. Zard is going to lead off Almighty Glogs. And Arrow comes in, we're just going to fire off an Overheat, does big damage to literally everything, and you're going to see 85. Ridiculous. Now, Hippo can just come in on this Aerodactyl, trade rocks if it wants to rock, which it does. And if it is rocking Stealth Rock, it definitely doesn't have room for a taunt in this matchup. So, free rocks as Serperior comes in, we get the free switch into Kartana. And now, we're threatening like Scarf X Scissor, so that's what we're going to click. Does a lot of damage, but Leaf Storm doesn't connect. It wouldn't have killed us either way. We would have had a few other like rocks opportunities, like switch-ins. So, unlucky, but yeah. X Scissor into Klefki, doesn't reveal an item. So yeah, screens, it's going to be Light Clay. Now Arrow is going to be sacked off, blocks the spin, but Zygarde... I mean, Zygarde's not that scary about full HP Hippowdon, you know what I mean? It's probably going to DD here. Yeah, it does DD. But, like, you need to, like, Z Outrage to really get through this Hippowdon. Which it looks like, yeah, 1,000 arrows might put it in range of Z Outrage. But we get a nice Fang Freeze. And that's gonna be the game. Yeah, I don't know if it was Z, but it had to be to break through the Hippowdon. And like we had Scarfers that, you know, it was in range of. Right, Calm Mind Mew. Is it gonna be Vacuum Wave? It is gonna be Vacuum Wave, so Kartana does go down. But now Coco comes in, one more turn of Light Screen. And Electric is gonna be switched into on the Calm Mind turn. Really nice Calm Mind, because now we can just go for the Z move. Electric will take it, barely, but it's going to get 2-hit KO'd by Twinkle into Dazzling Gleam. And now, like, what are you supposed to do? He goes on his Klefki, but Owen calls that with a T-Bolt. Klefki goes down immediately, and now Superior is dead to rocks. Mew freaking dies to T-Bolt. Coco is so Thanos in Gen 7, and that's going to be the game. Did we get lucky in this one? A little bit, yeah. I think the freeze on Zygarde mattered, but the miss on Serp definitely didn't. Yeah, and like they lucked us in a game. If you want to call this a lucked game, sure, but I think Owen had this one in the bag no matter what. Like, this Coco was always going to do this. Yeah, really well played short game from Owen. And now we have this is game 7. We have 100p versus Sub-Zero. You would have had to catch a Z Outrage. Like, you would have to Z Outrage next turn, and then you have a Scarf Cart in the back, right? It's fine. Alright. But okay, Sub-Zero here. On something else, maybe, yeah. So 100p using this team. I know Sub, like, put in a lot of work this week, a lot of mocks. And all those mocks led us to the road of Honchkrow being Jesus. And so we have a Honchkrow on our team. So yeah, this is going to be a really fun one. I really like this ORAS team that we drafted. I think it's super fun to build with. I really enjoy it. Really offensively scary, and you have some solid defensive tools as well. Okay. Lando T going to lead off into the Zapdos. We're just going to rock in this thing's face. We have Yachi Berry for HP Ice, no problem. Take 43, which reveals this is like a offensive Zapdos. And so offensive Zapdos, we're just going to go hard into Sylveon, no problem. Yeah, it is 14. And now Sylveon, this is like early game we wanted to scout out what they even have for this Sylveon, because this is a Curse Rest Talk Sylveon. And this set, like, kind of 1v6s if they don't have very specific sets. Okay, here goes Lando trying to catch another Discharge, but Roost comes out instead. So now, just going to go for a Stone Edge. Gets a crit, which is going to put it in Rock's range, which is quite important. Yeah, this Sylveon is a looming threat the whole game. Thundurus comes in, going to knock out the Zapdos. And now Sneasel comes in, but Sneasel is just a free Blastoise. We are Rocky Helmet on this to put Sneasel in range of rocks sooner. And it's Life Orb as well, so it's going to kill itself very quickly. A double to Thunders. This one was really nice. Catches the Garchomp switch. Basically prevents Garchomp from clicking rocks for free in front of Blastoise. I mean, you're taking an Ice Beam there, but you're not like applying offensive pressure with the Blastoise very easily. So this double covers the Garchomp, but it also, I think, mainly was aimed at catching the Tentacruel switch in. But either way, it works out, right? HP Ice is going to force this out into Gallade. Now, Gallade takes very little from this, so that reveals max HP Gallade. And because of that, we're going to go Honchkrow on the Zen Headbutt like a beast. And now, Gallade can't kill Honchkrow from full, so they're going to go Klefki on Dark Pulse. This reveals to be physically defensive Klefki, I believe, from that damage. But a follow-up Heat Wave is going to kill this. So 100 makes a nice pivot to Chomp, but a Dark Pulse comes out, we get a crit, and now we have Sucker Punch follow-up, another crit into Garchomp, and it's going to go down. So Honchkrow, 1 kill so far. Now Tentacruel comes in, goes for a Sludge Bomb, which is going to do a lot, but another crit Dark Pulse is going to do very much damage, and now Sucker Punch on a T-Spike going up, okay. But Sucker Punch almost kills the Tentacruel, like that's a lot of damage from a Honchkrow. Puts this Tenta in range, and now we go Blastoise, saying basically, I can get a spin kill. If you spin, I'll spin as well. and gets rid of all those nasty hazards. Really opens up our Gallade in the end game. Now Klefki comes in, goes for a Dazzling Gleam, but if you think about it, Dazzling Gleam leftovers, this kind of set never in this matchup runs Flash Cannon, and even if it does, it doesn't kill Sylveon. It doesn't run like a lot of stuff. Like, we were mainly worried about some other kinds of Klefkis, but none of them are like Dazzling Gleam leftovers. So he sees this, he sees a Sylveon, it just wins. Yeah, Toxic was the play into Sylveon, but we are Restock. Specifically for this kind of thing, we know 100p loves to spam Toxic, so took advantage of that by running this exact Sylveon set. Restock, return, and he just loses. The last one, obviously, is Curse. And so this like sets up on literally all 6 of these guys. The only thing is like Sludge Bomb Tentacruel, if it's offensive, can 3-hit KOS. Everything else just loses 1v1. So this set was always Thanos. We just need to scout out what tools he had to beat it, and then just remove those tools, essentially. So really well played from Sub-Zero. And now we go into the deciding Game 8. This is for the marbles. So this is Wyatt. Wyatt has had like some pretty solid individual stuff recently. Like, I know he was top 16 in the circuit, if I remember correctly. And Lax on the other side is like, yeah, the GOAT Wyatt. Lax on the other side is one of the best SV players on the site. Here he's playing Natdex Draft. And yeah, it should be a good game. So this team we have here is like a very offensive-minded version of this team. We have several win cons. We have Calm Mind Comfy with Keyberry, max defense, kind of walls out a lot of Pokemon. It beats Corviknight 1v1. We have Urshifu with Swords Dance Punching Glove, really good into this team. We have Scarf Nihilego, also really good in this team. They brought a Stunfisk, which like is in the slot where what did we expect them to bring? It was something in this slot. I'm forgetting. Let me see. What was the matchup? Oh, this was we thought it would be a Alolan Muck in this slot. So no Alolan Muck. Our Latios is actually super freed up to just be Thanos, you know what I mean? But yeah, Calm Mind Lottie. Gliscor is like kind of a lead kind of. It was a lead in a lot of mocks, but we pivoted to a different lead actually. We just rocks Gliscor to enable the other guys to just do their things. Gliscor, Celesteela, defensive core. Everything else just wins the game. That's kind of the build we went with. Let's see how it goes. Corviknight leads off into the Latios. Now here we're just going to Mega and go for a Fat T-Bolt. This reveals to be a specially defensive Corviknight, which makes sense. But that chip is really important. It's now, not a switch into Nihilego anymore. It's not a switch into Dragon Pulse, because it's just follow-up T-Bolt. And now your Roaring Moon comes in. Roaring Moon we expected to be like banded or something like that. And versus Latios, you can click knockoff. So we knew this Gliscor might get knocked off on the Toxic Orb, but it's still our best switch in. The other guys really desperately need their items to do well. And it's always free rocks, right? So we don't get nothing out of the turn. And now we go into Celesteela on the arrow. We are max defense with Leech, Protect, and Toxic. Now here, we Leech into the Corviknight, and here, this is like 100% a Roost turn from the Corviknight. What we should do is go into Urshifu Rapid and start applying pressure, because with Rocks up, Urshifu in at full, we can just click Surging Strikes or Swords Dance, and like, something starts to happen, Our offense starts to get going. But instead, we're going to just stay in with Steela and go for a Heavy Slam, which is a mistake, unfortunately. So the reason he's doing this, though, is because eventually this Corviknight does have to U-turn. Like, you can't just stay in with Leech Seed forever. So another Roost comes out. But this sequence is how you get a guaranteed Toxic on something else besides the Corviknight. Because there's the U-turn, we go for a Toxic, and we land Toxic on Stunfisk. And this is a really big deal for our Scarf Nihilego, right? The Power Gem is now on a timer, right? Here's the rocks up, but we're just going to trade rocks. The removal is defog. Terapagos could be spin, but with defog Corv, it's less likely. We can go for a Toxic on the Terapagos, also put it on a timer, but the Ice Beam is going to knock out our Gliscor. So now we go Latias, and again, I think this should have been Urshifu initially. Because Latias coming in here, well, it can, in theory, beat the Terapagos. It doesn't as cleanly beat the Terapagos as our Urshifu does. And so Dragon Pulse into a Toxic Terapagos, and this is a really big deal, because our Latias with no Alolan Muck was like Giga Thanos, right? The only check to it really is like the Banded Roaring Moon. And if you lock into Outrage or something, that gives our Comfy setup opportunities. So that's something that we're playing around a lot in mocks, but here it's just not going to be the case because Lottie does go down. Now with Deoxys in, this is a tricky situation, right? Because we know nothing about this Deoxys. Our Urshifu is EV'd to live a Psycho Boost from Deoxys defense always, so we can go to it in Sword Stance on this, but the problem is if it's max defense, Psycho Boost into a follow-up Psycho Boost will probably just kill us. So we need chip on this, but we don't really have a safe place to go to get the chip, right? If we go Nihilego, it's just walled. If we go Comfy, if it's like Taunt Deoxys, we're kind of just fucked. If we go Celesteela as Taunt Deoxys, we're also just fucked. So you have to go Urshifu Rapid as much as it doesn't feel great. This is like correct from this point on. Sword Stances, and it is in fact Psycho Boost, which does 70, is a 2-hit KO. We do have Drain Punch, but I don't think we can get to a point where we live the next Psycho Boost. So we're just gonna Surging Strikes and open up the game for our Nihilego. Yo, thanks TSP. Are you done? That's like 4 times this stream. It's enough, okay? Deoxys is gonna trade with our Urshifu, and now it's kind of all on Comfy and Nihilego to win the game. Deoxys is in range of the Power Gem, so we're gonna start getting a little bit of chip here, and until like we can get the Stun Fist down low, we need to keep this Deoxys at low HP, because then Nihilego's Power Gem is like a looming threat. Like not much can really stop it at this point. It's only really Stunfisk. So we go Celesteela here on the Earthquake, and now it's like Corviknight can come in. What Link did Lax Post? It's just a it's a picture of Deoxys defense. It's just something silly. So a Leech Seed here. Now the Corviknight doesn't really want to U-turn into Deoxys if it can help it, because the Toxic is like a big threat into the Deoxys, and Roaring Moon is going to get sacked off here to 2 Power Gems. So here Lax basically confirms that we're Scarf Nihilego, and we get a +1 special attack, but Fisk can come in, steal it in. I mean, this time he predicts it with a Discharge and gets a Para, unfortunate. But here, I think, yeah, here's the Corviknight coming in on, I believe, a full Para. Yeah. And now here is the play where it's like, okay, Defog comes out, full Para. So rocks are gone. Now he's going to U-turn to Deoxys. If you're going to Toxic, this is the turn. But instead we Leech Seed, and now the Deoxys at full, and we basically lose the game because we can't break Deoxys Corv. Yeah, the Taunt comes out, removes the Toxic. Maybe you could have gone hard Nihilego that turn, but I think even then, right, no rocks pressure. Corviknight can come in on Power Gems. It's like a little bit rough. Now at this point, Deoxys at full, Corviknight's at full. It's a PP stall. Okay, now something happens. So Corv in, here we go, Comfy on the U-turn to proc our Keyberry. He doesn't go for a U-turn, but okay, Comfy in, go for a Calm Mind, and the U-turn here is going to proc Keyberry. And now here, our win condition is this needs to not be Toxic Stunfisk, and this needs to not be Ironhead Aerodactyl. Both are possible, but Toxic Stunfisk is like hard walled, like all moves are immune versus Gliscor, so we think that's probably unlikely. But Arrow having Iron Head is totally reasonable. It could have Stone Edge, it could have Thunderfang, it could have Aerial Ace, it could have Roost, it could have Earthquake, it could have a lot of moves. So it's not guaranteed to have Iron Head, but once you see it, he goes hard into Arrow, he does have Iron Head, and actually it does do enough to a point where Draining Kiss into Iron Head into Draining Kiss does not leave us healthy enough to live the next one, and that's going to be the game at this point. Like, Nihilego comes in, but he just goes hard Deoxys every time, and without any beast boosts, we're never breaking through the Corv and the Deoxys. Why is +2 Draining Kiss doing 30? They had a good amount of bulk on their arrow, and we are max defense comfy. And Draining Kiss, I don't know if you're aware, is a very weak move. But yeah, this is just a PP stall. Lax playing this correctly, safely, never has to risk anything. And that's going to be the series, and this is the last game. So we're going to lose the series to Better Call Stall, 3-5. But at the end of the day, we're still #1 seed going into it. Like, now we can look at mid-season and stuff. So we look at the standings, right? We're tied for #1 seed, but we have more wins than ties. Like, they got to 4 total points with 2 ties and a win, which doesn't matter. Like, the tiebreak doesn't work like that. The tiebreak is differential, but we're both tied at 14. So we're tied for 1 seed. Yeah, and like the Espada and Stall, these are 2 strong teams on paper. So I'm feeling pretty confident in the rest of our season that we'll have, you know, pretty solid playoff chances. If you look at the rest of these, Espada of Ruin, let me see the dimensions actually. Let me move this over. There you go. So the Espada of Ruin, major underperformers here. If you look at this roster, right? Look at the roster. Espada of Ruin, like, this is a team that should be contending for the championship. You have Gypsy King, you have Kyle, Odin, Hobbit, Azuch. These are teams, even Nim, right? Berna, like, these are solid players, in my opinion. And, like, they all have the tools to win games, especially at this level. I would expect them to be, like, maybe even favorites for the championship. What happens if it's tie in points and differential? So it's head-to-head if it has no playoff implication, if it's just seeding. But if it's, like, depending on who makes playoffs, they do a tiebreak, best of 3, to decide who makes it. Yeah, this team definitely looks better on paper than it is in practice, right? Maybe some unlucky weeks, right? They had to play Thieves and Flex Appeal back-to-back, 2 of the stronger teams, so it should get easier from here. But again, you would expect them to beat the Finizons just on paper, right? And they only tied versus them, so that's tough. Trickify, 2 losses, but then they did beat the Thieves, so maybe they're turning a new leaf. That being said, their schedule coming up is relatively difficult, I think. So we'll see if they can keep that up. I know Trickify also had some roster moves. Now, usually in these Smogon tours, they don't do player transactions. At midseason, it's only for drafts. But if you look at the rosters, and again, I have to move this. So Tidal actually canceled from this team, say, I don't really want to play. And they're like, bet. So they had to pick up some new players, and what they ended up going for was Accelerator, Dougal, and Orn Latios to fill out the roster. Now, these 3 players, I think all of them deserve a shot in DWL, so I think these are all good pickups. I'm really excited to see Dougal and Orn Latios in particular. I think Orn has had a long time where he's been, like, good enough to get drafted and just hasn't been drafted. So it's good to see him getting a opportunity. Dougal has had success in the past. I think he's, like, really, like good quality for, like, a min bid. So I think these are good pickups from Trickify. They should be stronger going into the following weeks. Another thing is that B is more focused on SPL, doesn't really care about DWL at all. So B was dropped, and who did they get instead? Did they get anyone? Did they pick up someone? Was it Celeste as a replacement? I don't know. Yeah, Celeste. Okay, yeah. So they have Celeste on this roster. I don't think that's a big difference to me. Yeah. Otherwise, though, the teams are all the same. But if we look at the drafts, right? This is like the major moves in the mid-season is the drafts. What are some main ones that jump out to me? Let's see. For SV, okay, this is definitely new, right? Surely they didn't draft this. And this is also new, I think, as well. I don't remember seeing a team quite like this, and I don't think they got round 3 Vileplume. So I think I would have remembered that. So these are some new drafts from the transactions. Makes sense, they only had one team that was like super positive, so make some changes on the others, try to make them a little bit better. Toe or S2, we'll get there, we'll get there. What else? Let's see. I don't really super remember what all these teams were initially. Okay, this is definitely new. A Terra Chi-Yu, Terra Thunderous. I don't remember seeing any of these. So it's like a new spin on the Iron Valiant. Oh yeah, this used to be like a Ting Lu and stuff. And they benched Ting Lu, and then the Torn T team in slot 1 picked up the Ting Lu. So we actually ended up with a Torn Ting Lu team after all. So Torn Ting Lu, Petch, Corviknight, Gouging Fire. Yeah, this is basically the Thanos build that Mind Gaming was using, right? Or was it a different one? It's like pretty close though, right? The Corv Petch, I think they had a Toxapex. But yeah, pretty similar stuff. So Torn Ting Lu is in fact inevitable. Didn't have Petch or Gouge. There was one team that had Petch. I think Petch Gouge with the Torn Ting Lu. I don't know. I might be mixing them up a little bit. But okay, that was some developments there. In Nat decks, some changes, I'm sure. I don't know. There's not really a huge meta in Nat decks. This team is new from us. We decided to go for a different terrain version where you have Iron Moth as the abuser, and then just massive threats. You have a Trick Room mode into Mawel. You have Lando with all of the good moves. Basculation, I think, is a cool mon. Kept the Hydreigon Coco for the synergy there. And we have a Chinchino, because that's fun to say, I don't know. Basically, Mega Mawel on this team looked pretty cool. We decided to go for that. Other transactions that we made was Usum 1, which had a few rough matchups. Decided to try something different. And then our Oras 1, which I think did get a little bit unlucky, but we decided to go for this route instead. Getting the Pharaoh Dragonite, Cofagrigus Raichu. Just a little bit more versatile mons. Old gens, I think we made a few changes to the low tiers of Black-White. And then our DPP2. What other teams? What did other teams do? I know Espada kind of blew up their Sableye team a little bit. Not blow up, but like made a lot of like side grade stuff to make it just different. I don't know. What else? Oh yeah, the Trick of Eye Oras thing. So let me make sure you guys can see it on the screen. Yeah, so this team here, I don't know if you're aware, I don't know if you're good at math, does not add up to 90 points. So what they intended to do was make this Rotom into a Seismitoad, which is a pretty big difference, right? But they forgot to do so, and so this team doesn't have a ground type. They just forgot. They're like totally intended to make that transaction, and then the deadline hit, and they're like, oh wait, weren't we supposed to do that? And yeah. Tornting, Corv, D-Knight, Hearthflame, Rotom Peck Cycle. Yeah, but it's like a different one. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me open the DCL doc. Where's the drafts? There's a Torn Tinglu Dragonite. Yeah, here's like a Torn Tinglu Petch. And then Skarm over the Corv. Here's another Torn Tinglu Petch. Where's the other Torn? Was there one more Torn? Did I miss it? Yeah, up here. Torn Ting Petch. This one had a 4E. So it's like kind of a mix between a lot of the Torn teams, right? Yeah. Okay, but anyways, yeah. Cool Torn team. Hitmonchan is my favorite ground type. You and me both. So that's interesting. I'm pretty sure they're starting this team this week as well, so they still believe in it. Right? Oh, week 4 isn't up yet on the dock. But yeah, toe moment for sure. The rest of it is like, I don't know. Kind of whatever to me. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to go over, really. The new players and a few of the drafts that stuck out to me. Yeah, anything else people want to talk about for DWL? We're going into week 4 right now. Yeah, probably just gonna slot to goat wagon fruit. Yeah, this week is we're doing Sub-Zero and Fat Luigi in SV. But I'm sure Wagon will get some more playtime later. Just not to give away too much. And yeah. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to cover. So thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you next week for week 4 of the Draft Winter League. Yeah, enjoy the Super Bowl. Alright, see you guys next time. Peace.